convention and treaties Nigerians signed to, including Kenya border and immigration law, all these things amount to state-sponsored terrorism. Therefore, it is just that Nigeria cannot give credence or credit to IPOB, because if they narrow it to that, then it will be that it is a kind of exalting IPOB, and they cannot narrow it to that. And that is why they will go the other way of sponsoring Fulani terrorism. So that is that. And when things are beginning to happen like that, it only means that the state is not doing something right. It then means that the cardinal principle of rule of law are not being upheld by the government, both successive government and the past government. Because if Manami had realized the right of the citizenry and not been, flagrantly arrogant to abuse every law and the process. By now, Mazi, you would have seen people and institutions that would have rise up for him against the oppressive state. And that is why we are seeing what we are seeing. And what do we make of it? What we make of it is for people to understand that power is transient. You cannot be there forever. So what you do for the injustice you harness because of your position in power against your fellow, we also fun out with you one time or the other, just like it's happening to Manami and our own brother Ngige today. So therefore, it is a lesson that every political criminal in the zoo must have to learn from that and have to retrace their steps from perpetrating injustice against the law that they are supposed to uphold. Having said that, Professor Jolas, you see, the election, or what you were talking about, the police and Tiger Base precisely, you see, the most annoying thing about all these things is the conspiracy of the press. You understand? So, because it undermines every ethical and professional journalism, it undermines field reporting in investigative and ethical journalism in the press, because Nigerian press knows that Nigerian police is highly corrupt, a very highly demented, corrupt NPF. Also, their sister securities, they are very, very corrupt, and there is no how anything and the decent media can anchor on the press statement from the police without rank or to investigation to find out exactly whether the information dished out by the police is true or false. You understand? And if you see how this information, it kills more than what do you call it, coronavirus, because one piece of false information can commit millions of people into death, because you don't know what it does to people, especially our own people. When, like this young guy you mention of this young guy that is running computer this thing, do you know what that singular disinformation from Henry Okoye will cost anybody that knows this guy? You understand? So what we are saying now is Nigeria media, there are still time for them to retrace and know that media remains neutral, and media are guided by the professional ethics, which means every information that you manage must be verified. You don't have to sell your right or ethics at the expense of money from the zoo. It doesn't happen otherwise. You have reduced yourself to nothing. And in the wisdom of Wole Soyinka, in his book, The Man Died. The man did not die just because the man was crucified. The man died as a result of you, that is, pressmen, who sees the truth and you refuse to uncover it because of bribe. The man died in your hand, who is a judge, who knows the law, like in the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But because of corruption, you turn the law upside down. The man died, you, a clergyman that sees the truth, and in your utter idiocy, you sit back and you could not voice a word. In the language of Bishop Desmond Tutu of South Africa, he said, and I quote, "Those who maintain absolute silence in the midst of injustice are worse than the oppressor." They are worse than the oppressors, Professor Jonathan. And this light, I call on people of good conscience to be Nigerian media comes up with this disinformation, disregard it and attack them. That is how a sane society is built. Professor Jonas, let me leave it here so that other comrades can come in and their own opinion. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. We have to remember our identity, and we must continue to preach the message of freedom.
Thank you very much. We must continue. The disinformation, the Nigerian media is horrible. Look at what is happening since the escalation by Donald Trump of Christian genocide. Arise Television, Channels Television, the whole Nigerian media. They come, oh, Nigerian military have cleared the Air Force, Nigerian Air Force strike terrorists then, and they, why are they deceiving? When we talk about the media, are they not human beings that are seeing and suffering what also that is happening in Nigeria? Why should they deceive people? Like, why are they inanimate objects? Why are they deceiving? Every time, oh, Nigeria is hidden terrorists. They have bombed here. Just like this. Caller on what's up? Please go on. Caller on what's up? Can you hear me? Please go on.
Yes, Mazi.
There, Mazi.
I greet you, sir. My name is Mazi Iwajuwa. I reside here in Minneapolis. I'm the coordinator here. I've called a few times. So today I wanted to call and appreciate you and to encourage you to keep teaching and evangelizing and opening our eyes. We are listening. People are listening. Be encouraged. So, yeah, one of your submissions tonight is like, I mean, sometimes you say it on a passing, like, we Nigeria, the so-called Nigerians are gonna turn into the different kinds of people in the human evolution. That is already happening. It is already happening. It is already here. Because if you look at how the people that call themselves Nigerians, how they behave, their character, you can bear with me that we are not on the same league, the same playing field, or whatever you modify it to as with the Western civilization. Look at technology, where technology is, and look at what sub-Saharan Africans are doing to themselves. So when you talk about that, just realize like it is already here. People are behaving like worse than wild animals. You know, they took our leader, illegal rendition our leader, and throw him for life jail. And then they think they will have peace. You know, when they are done with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, now they will turn against themselves. Now the cards will start to crumble. Now the big shots, the big wigs are going to be exposing themselves because they have nobody else to blackmail and throw into jail. So it is disheartening that human beings in this era, just like our ancestors, like we ask those questions: how did the Europeans go through the treacherous water, come over to Africa, few hundreds of them, and took all of us took our lands, enslaved us, colonized us. And look at the same thing is repeating itself today. This is just based on one simple thing. What our leader used to talk about, the problem of a black man is in the brain. The brain, the reasoning, the way we reason. And we commit all these injustices, atrocities, thinking that we are going to have any way forward in life. No, we are going to bequeath shame, poverty, disease to the coming generations with all these kind of attitude. When somebody like Mazi, Nnamdi and IPOB come out to tell people, please listen to yourselves for 1 minute. Try to find out where the problem is coming from. This problem is coming from their wickedness, their ignorance. I mean, the information is out there at the fingertips, going at lightning speed. People can Google any information. People can find any information in any field of life to figure out what is going on. Yet Nigerians are hell-bent in being wicked and destroying the future of their coming generations. But we in IPOB, we say no. We say no. We are going to cure that problem by looking at the way we reason, looking at having reflection and finding a pathway forward, because we are tired of being treated as animals. If other sub-Saharan Africans believe they're animals, we in IPOB, we say no. And that brings me to the issue of Mazi Nnamdi to throw him in jail in Sokoto and say he's going to be there for life or whatever their delusional minds are telling them. Our leader will be out. If our leader is not out, they will have no place to hide. All of them call themselves Nigerians. I mean, they know they will let him go. They're still playing games, but we guarantee them that this fight is not ending with this generation. We're already transferring the ideology of Biafra into the even unborn generation. So the earlier they deal with this squarely, the better it's going to be for them in the zoo and the rest of the sub-Saharan Africa. Mazi Nathan, I say I appreciate you again. Thank you for what you're doing. I encourage every Biafran, every IPOB member all over the world, if there is nothing else you can do, is to remain steady, consistent, believe in this Biafran ideology. That's the only thing we can do that is going to be beyond us. It's going to be bigger than us. This is the only thing we are going to bequeath our coming generations, to make sure that they carry this ideology and philosophy of self-determination and independence and freedom. Thank you, Mazi. Jonathan.
There were Mazi Udodrege. Thank you very much. We must continue. Caller on signal. Mazi Madabuji. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, Mazi.
There were Otekwela. There were.
Okay, now when mana ana megent
Udodrege.
line na very hot. There one good evening, dear friends and lovers for freedom. My name is Ifan Madabuchi, and I'm reaching you from the Netherlands. Maz, let me start almost from the last point you make before I go to the first ones. This message is to our people of Biafra. There's a saying in Igbo language, which is my ethnic nationality. We say that what am I talking about? He who kills his brother or his sister is neither a gallant man or woman, nor is he a hero or heroine. Now, we must not be involved in the killing or harvesting the organs of our people. This is abomination. We must not kidnap our people and or collect ransom. This is abomination. We must not prostitute our kid sisters because we want money for anything for that matter. Those are the jewels of our land. We must not prostitute them. We must value them. We must not be importing and or manufacturing hard drugs to damage our people and most especially our youth. We must not antagonize, accuse, traduce, character assassinate the indigenous people of Biafra, because we are under oath to protect and restore Biafra, not to oppress, persecute, disadvantage, let alone kill our own people for whom we are agitating to restore Biafra for. Just imagine, just think about it. How do you kill somebody you are building a house for? Who will live in that house? Anyway, God knows our hearts. Or everybody who is accusing of IPOB, whether you are from the East or you're Europe, from the West or not, you know the truth. The happenings of Nigeria or in Nigeria today has exposed everything. You can call us bad names. Our people say that it is when a child wants his own thing, they call him bad child. We want self-determination. Whatever you call us, we don't care. If you touch it too much, let's have a referendum and let the chips fall where it may. Anyway, let's go to this man because this Abubakar Malami son, remember that his son, senior advocate of Nigeria, is demanding rule of law because he and his class and his ethnic group, they are privileged and the feudalists. They are ethnic supremacists and religious bigots. How many Igbos, how many indigenous people of Biafra, how many Nigerians altogether have been held indefinitely and extrajudicially in detention, even till death? How many have literally died in such detention? How many people are in detention since 2015 till death? That is through all the time that Abubakar Malami's son was in office as Attorney General of Nigeria, supposed Federation of Nigeria. So what we are talking is today, the shameless kakistocrat and kleptocrat is quoting the law. But he, as an AGF, committed all manner of judicial crimes, vandalism, and impunity, including the crime of extraordinary rendition of our leader Mazi and Kanu, which is international and local crime. He committed the crime of extrajudicial detention, disappearing, refusing to obey court order, and even extrajudicial murders, etc. So how much money did Abubakar Malami son steal from the federal treasury? That is why, what am I saying? That is why strong neutral institutions and not hard men like Maradona Buhari, the dollar of Daura, the bandit. These are not what build strong countries. What builds strong countries are institutions that overlive and that live anybody. And it is not made for anybody, for all in a country. That's one of the reasons we must leave Nigeria. And how much money is retired Brigadier General of Nigeria, of Nigerian Army, Abubakar Saad III, the Sultan of Sokoto Caliphate? How much is he taking from his 23 oil wells, reportedly from in Biafra land? Eh? How many mining fields does he own and operate throughout Nigeria? And how much does he make from mining diverse solid minerals across Nigeria, especially in the north? It was in the news that he said that mining operations will be suspended for 6 months. And then what? But why should anyone own any mining field, let alone a multiplicity of mining fields in a country where everything is in the federal exclusive list? The fact is that Fulani Sokoto Caliphate, headed by Sultan of Sokoto, they have captured Nigeria. It is now left for the indigenous people in Nigeria to wake up and tear away, one way or the other. The indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, we prefer a UN-organized, managed Biafra exit referendum or a negotiated peaceful separation. But one thing is certain: the status quo ante is unacceptable and must not and cannot continue. Because, like our people say, that means that deceit and cheating, if it is up to a year, the one cheated or the one deceived, we know. But if you are deceived and cheated for 65 years, if you don't know, you never know. So my people, our people, especially the IPOB family, everybody, whether you are in the family now or you are still marking time outside, you must join hands, surround and support our leadership, the Directorate of State, and we must join hands, surround and support the Eastern Security Network. Let us join hands together and restore Biafra. God bless Biafra.
There were. Thank you very much for your very powerful rendition. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. You have dropped, Mazi Obilo. You have dropped. We must continue. And for your information, the report has come. I don't know why I'm missing calls, many calls on WhatsApp. Please, I don't know. It's dropping. This report on Tiger Base, coalition against impunity. Police Tiger Base impunity. Coalition against police tiger-based impunity. You know, is out and is circulating. So you see, Aroni Lendi Akbara in our land, tagging it to IPOB. Alaga Bovota. You see these people. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said something when he used to be on air that, you know, IPOB is a breed of people that Nigeria never see before. They thought that they have seen or they never see the type of breed. Most of us are incarnates of those that died during the genocidal war. Those killed that died horrible deaths. I am telling you. So, what we are doing, everything is with us. Elunalama with us. Mirinokon with us. The four elements of this world, of this earth, is with us. That's why we are indestructible. Let me read a bit, paragraph 2.6 of the, the coalition against police tiger-based impunity. Paragraph 2.6. It says, the caption there, the semi-caption is the IPOB label as pretext for abuse. It talked solely, this report, I think 94 pages, is a report about the activities of Tiger Base. When a police unit becomes a death trap, a police that's supposed to be protecting the people, a place where you have solace. You see, you know, in a civilized society that most of us are, you see, you can, anytime maybe you are feeling you are drunk, you see, you just enter into police station. Please ask them, you cannot go reach your house. They will treat you well, give you even a place to sleep, But in Nigeria, you don't try it. You miss. They kill you, harvest your organ. What type of human beings are these? Is this how a country develops? People use government, government apparatus for their own private interests. Something that is abomination in other places, but is cherished in Nigeria. Caller on signal, please go on. I think you'll be the last caller. Call on signal. Mazi, Chris. Can you hear me?
I hear you, Mazi. Good evening from here.
There were Mazi. There were.
Thank you very much. Nigeria is made for animal. Nigeria is made for animal, not for human being. That is what Nigeria is. My brother, we will do everything possible, humanly possible, as long as we live on this planet. We will do everything humanly possible to leave that entity. The people they might just forget away. They are horrible people. They say one thing in the morning, and in the evening they say different thing. I was listening to one of our leaders in the past. Do you know that why Igbo people cannot excel in Nigeria? Whatever we do, we put hand, it doesn't work. Do you know why? He said because we speak the truth. It cannot work. And it's a fact. What is happening in Nigeria it's an evidence to show that value system difference of that value system will declare to you that Nigeria is not a living place with the Igbos. We have tried this for over 60 years. So you that in Nigeria being set up by Britain, we have tried our best to live in that country, but it become impossible. And that is the same thing happening today. It's not a new thing. We know. I just called because of the statement you make about people you meet online talking from clash about IPOB or what is happening about ESM. They are not one people. Many as they are. What worries me about black person is their individual interest to perceive the collective interest. Maybe what I'm just seeing in Burkina Faso today might be contrary to what we know black people with. If not that, how on earth will somebody like Okoye, this person, this police, just because you are a deputy police officer or whatever you refer you, or just like Hope Uzodinma, just to become a governor, you take your people, killing them on daily basis, and tagging them to those who don't even know anything about the death of those you have killed. There is IPOB everywhere, IPOB. Those people you met on space, even if you bring evidence to them, but IPOB is not responsible, they will not take it. It is. I have one I met on social media on TikTok. Just enter one TikTok. I just see somebody I know from Rome here. I was listening to him. I begin to talk rubbish. Immediately I enter there and they counter them some certain things. This boy, just shut up. Don't talk. Like people that are killing people. I said, any day I hear you that statement from your mouth again, I meet you, Roma, I will beat mess out of you. You are very stupid and hopeless. It's from Umbudio. He said his father has fought Biafran war. He didn't know anything. I didn't know more than anything. I don't know more than him. He didn't know that I have 4 senior brothers that fought Biafran war. But because his father fought Biafran war, therefore we don't have to talk about Biafra. He said therefore their houses were built in Port Harcourt. Is he the only person? You said one thing very, very cogent this thing.
Mazi, sorry, let me add something here. People are making wrong narrative. They always bring Biafra synonymous to pen to us. Mazi, I call it cowardice, honestly. That is what I see in our people. No, don't talk about, no, you want to bring back, you remember when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started this in India? People go to, no, it is, you are called for Biafra, is called for war. How does call self-determination becomes a call for war? The armistice that ended the war, none was respected. None is respected. And even Igbo people, many of them want us to know, keep quiet. That's why I say, Mazi, honestly speaking, when I hear some stories of some people that they talk about their father fighting the war, most of us, our fathers did, yes. But the way most of our fathers managed things is horrible. They suppress the information. Some of them, they don't even talk about it. Say, no, I don't remember, Instead of, although families are different, there are, right from childhood, my father used to tell us, even my maternal uncle, he was a captain during the war. Every time whenever he see us as children, we start telling, say, even if normally, because only even So, but many of our fathers manage this in a very wrong way. Armenia genocide that happened more than 100 years ago during the First World War, Armenians, even the country that committed the genocide against them, that occupied them and killed them, it became the funk, imitated into Turkey today. But they continue fighting just to be recognized that evil, injustice was committed against us for over 100 years until finally they broke through, because they know that the healing starts with justice. But our people thought that, you can suppress everything and the pain will just quench slowly. It doesn't go like that. It will burst out. So people that are saying this is pay my father for the war. You don't know the Biafra more than me. These are wrong negatives, I call them, honestly. Please go on. Please go on.
Of course, my dear brother, that is the wrong narrative. But let me tell you one thing I observed from that you have said, Mama. One thing I observed is that the way the war stopped led to a lot of things. And even the war stopped while Ojukwu is in town, and maybe the negotiation was made by Ojukwu and they remain in Biafra land, then perhaps some certain things might not take place. I see it because he left, and Nigerian government come as if it's a defeat war. But of course, somehow we are defeated. But orally, they said no, it's no fit, no vanquish. So, and they know the nature of Nigerians, so that we are living with those hectares. After the civil war, what did they do? They go to come to house and start a massacre people. That is why our people stop the story. Some people doesn't have courage to stop the story. And let me tell you, one thing you know is that the people that tell the story mostly are the people that hide inside well. They didn't go to war. Some of them, their father didn't go to war. Or those their father, their brother went to the war, and perhaps he himself remains in the house. You know, that time we normally, our people normally send one person when they gather the chiefs to go and bring people. They send one person from the family to go. The rest person, one person should remain. Maybe they have two men. Okay, one person should go, the other one should remain at home, at least to have a male child in the house. So those ones you see, I got a man here in Rome here. Nobody told me. He said that they don't walk up there, please. You need to tell me your military number so that we are gathering our veterans so that I will connect you so that we know where we to put you, where you put. He didn't go to any war. He didn't go to. He just this what they call it the boys camp. He did that what they call it those boys small boy running around. That's the only thing he did. But when you hear him talking about Biafra, you think that if he was in a war front, that is the problem. So I understand this thing that most of the people that narrate this wrong narratives about Biafra, that thing, their parents or even their uncle, they don't go to war. They hide them on the ground. And they come out and say they saw skeletons. I met them out. It's all dead everywhere. Okay. Because it's saw dead people around you, where you are, exactly. That's what scares you. People that are being killed now, are they bigger than those ones you saw around you? He didn't answer me that question. So, one thing I want to say before I drop Mazi, I begin that according to our brother speaking before, he said we want independence organized by United Nations, this and that. Of course, it is the world order of today. But I begin to wonder. Europeans came to Africa, used force to conquer us, violence, killing, everything. And they want us to liberate ourselves through dialogue, through what do they call it, negotiation, through negotiation in the United Nations. But when they came to Africa, they never go through negotiation and other things to see that maybe we agree to play part in their religion they brought to us, or the kind of democracy they brought to us. They never care about that. What they care is to use gun and bullet, kill people, force people into believing in a country or being subdued, and to rule by the British and all the French and other things with the gun and bullet and the bombs. But today, they want us to be independent through negotiation under United Nations. That is what I'm worried of. I'm totally worried of it.
No, Mazi, can I come in? Let me come in. Just don't drop. You know, like what you said. Times change. Yes, there are versions today. Situations change with time. That is what we should understand. The way and manner things were handled maybe 100 years back is not the same way today. That is what we should understand. We don't expect things to be handled the same way. Let me also give you, like what you said about colonization killing Africans. Yes. We should also not underestimate African resistance. I mean, generally. When we talk about colonization, we thought that they just came and run over everybody within one day. No. For your information, you see America today, the Americas, they exterminated the indigenous people in America. That's what they could not do in Africa. So also we have to give ourselves, we pat ourselves, because our ancestors, they tried, the resistance. They exterminated almost all the ethnic groups in Americas, from north to south, and replaced them with Europeans. So, what are you going to say about it? Hundreds of millions of people they killed in Americas, but they were not able to achieve that purpose in Africa. So that is also one thing we should understand. And another thing you said, there is this narrative. Whenever we talk about my Biafra war, we say we know that we are defeated. I used to go with that narrative, but sometimes I start having a rethink. I say no. We don't need to say something that is not written officially. We need to change this narrative. There is no way it is written that Biafra was defeated, because what the world goes by is written documents. That is one thing we should understand, and that thing is affecting us, even our mentality. Biafra war ended in armistice, no victor, no vanquished. That is QED. It is written. So yes, it doesn't matter whatever is inside or no. What matters is what is written. Documento. That is what is there. That is armistice. There is no victor, no vanquished. Everybody remain the same. But inside us, we now nurse that mentality, or the complex that, oh, we are defeated. For I refuse to accept it now. I am telling you, I refuse to accept it. There is one this thing I was watching analyst. There is one Chinese I don't know whether it's a Chinese member of government. He's used to be vocal. So the interviewer, the journalist, was asking them. It's a panel, but the journalist asked him, say, okay, owing to the growth of China, the powerfulness of China now, what are you going to talk if maybe the West or America decides to arm Japan with a nuclear weapon. Mazi, are you listening?
I'm listening to you. I'm listening.
Mazi, what the Chinese man answered, it shocked me. He said, according to the documents of surrender of Japan in 1945, Japan is a defeated country. He said it, that they have no rights in this world because it is, he said they have the, China is, China is one of the allies, the people, the defeater. I don't know how to put it. Japan was defeated, so they have documents in their hand which makes Japan never ever to have offensive weapon any longer, because they are imperialistic. So he made it clear. He said anytime Japan try to acquire nuclear weapon, he said China will react in a very vicious manner against Japan. It doesn't matter who is supporting them. I was shocked because they have a document. I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. It's not something that is not written. It's not written. If we are saying Biafra is defeated, please, Nigeria, show us where it's written that okay, you defeated us. No. South Sudan passed the same thing I used to reiterate on South Sudan. They ended the same war, which, like the same way we ended, no victor, no vanquish. They went back to Sudan and became part of Sudan. But they were watching. They were watching. The same thing that started the first war in Sudan started encroaching, continuing again. They were not respecting all the documents signed. That is the mistake we made. It is not about only carrying the or starting war again, no, but talking, escalating about the non-respect of the three. Our people, we went back into everybody go and survive. Is what kills us today, what put us in the mess we are in today. Nobody is at a large or becomes his brother's keeper or our collectivity. Nobody cares again what happens to us as a people. Now, are these people respecting? Instead, they started by giving us 2020, giving our fathers 20 pounds. No complaint, no international outcry. This is our people were not saying, okay, we are defeated. No, it is not written. There's no way that, yes, there is a surrender, but there is a condition. And that is why Essien, the last president of Biafra, said, if Nigeria did not treat the children of Biafra well, that they will rise up again. It's a condition. So we should be talking on what is written, not what is inside the mind. We don't know what is inside the mind. We are not God. What is written is there. No victor, no vanquished. And that is why Gowon never, gave any medal to any Nigerian soldier, because he said, no, this is not a war. It's just because this thing will provoke Biafrans. Oh, you killed us, and he said no. So we must be going on what is written. That is where I blame our intellectuals. The people that are supposed to be watching to find out, they have to be making noise. Our people full everywhere in America, lobbying and say, look, the 3R, what they are not respecting it, this and that. Now, it's not about carrying guns. But nobody cared. All that we cared for is private interest, what you can gain, and make money for you and your family. We came back to the status quo. After 50-something years, we are still back to the same thing. That is it. Mazi, please go on and round up.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mazi. Your analysis is very fantastic. And from henceforth, no hear that word from me again that we are defeated. Also, I live in the Western world. What you say is correct. Everything documented. There's a people here, something they came here with different reasons. Maybe has a different name in Libya. They have a different passport in Nigeria. And when they came, you change them. They want to go to a commission or whatever. I tell them that you see that name you tell them now that is not yet documented here. It is not your name. Any day you bring passport, yes, your name and your picture and everything. That is who you are. And it's exactly what we are talking about. So I think we should not be using the word defeated because according to the document, they are not defeated. It's only that Nigeria did not end. Or had it been that we are defeated, they could have decided, okay, this portion of land will be given to us, or they seize this portion of land because we are defeated. As Israel did to other countries where they defeated them, they take portion of their land. But there's no agreement of sort. Therefore, we are not defeated. So what you said is absolutely correct. Let me put this before I leave now. There's a man I met here, according to what you just said now, just yesterday. He was saying that our leader being kidnapped and or being sentenced to prison. Is that people are doing themselves. I said to him, why? Because the governments and all these ones, they are not doing anything. How many of them are coming for him? I said to him, my friend, if you want to be reasonable, let us be reasonable. It's okay. If the law says that any person that did something like this, or because of this kind of the government, the person should be released and free. Now you are telling me because of the thinking of another person, or because how another governor think that what this man is doing is not correct. Because of that, you forfeit what the law says and do something contrary. Because of the opinion of a governor or opinion of individual. Maybe Nnamdi said they want Biafra, they said they don't want Biafra. So for that, or because somebody said don't release him, because of that, you don't do what the law says. That's exactly what we are talking about. So that is how, and I cannot take that again from any other person. Any day somebody come out and tell me that people are the one doing the stuff, I will shut that person completely and totally. Because there's something written down according to the law. And any person training somebody or taking somebody to court or any or whatever, even to clear goods in the seaport, there's a rules and regulation. My goods landed, I have to go to the procedure and pay the money required and pay. Then you release my goods. Now you cannot release my goods. You say that it's my people working in the seaport doesn't want my goods to be released. And you are causing confusion among ourselves, thinking that you are saying the right thing. Not that you have to do something and use our people covered on top of them. Thank you, Mazi, and God bless you.
Mazi, thank you very much. You made a fantastic point, honestly. Because, this is what they used to deceive us. And we fall into that pit. Well, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is Igbo people holding him. Is Igbo. Are they the law? What is written in the law, Nigerian law, about self-determination? Is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu guilty? Okay. If self-determination is not against the law, as it is, it's not in Nigerian constitution. Somebody will just come and say, no, because I don't want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to come out. If he come out, I will not be a governor, please. Leave him there. And you say, okay, leave him. You come and say, no, now you people now you they do them. Is putting all those things are, I see it as a tactics, causing division and divide and rule. We start blaming ourselves. No, it is no, it is no, it is not. It's we. It is not we. It is God. No. It is not that. The law said so. Apply the law. Apply the law. That is it. So you made a fantastic point on that case. Caller on Mazi Obilo. Can you hear me, please? You are the last caller.
Yeah, Mazi, good evening from here, Mazi, I'm Malawi now because I'm an issue of medical issue. I'm Malawi for treatment. Mazi, I'm making yeah, we do the math. I'm making 1 week now. Mazi, because here in the good today now, Maka Munna and DK. A lot of our people here in Malawi here, a lot. But give me quite approach. How you get when Ebony Shigin, I'm getting a many this and I will have a church. Mazi, I will ask him because he has meeting in the meeting in the meeting in the meeting in the number states, Kaha base and Naga. Man, I make a hammer now. All the people in the noon whatever now. The whole money, woman, no whatever. Also, means the one more the car. Can you know get you down? Na-atụ ego na-eti ihe a na-eme a na-atụba ego bifo na mmadụ etochi eme this and that because of ihe ndị autopilot ihe niile ya asasa mana maazị asị m kwuo na mmadụ leadership gosi enwe ihe onye isi anyị gara mbụ ga-eme bifo na Amerịka mgbe ahụ weta ha tinye aka weta ka a zụrụ ihe eji enyere sekuriti aka ha achọghị ọchọ ihe o jide ha n'olu ruo na ọkwa ihe o ji na-amaghị ikpe ruo na maazị anụmanụ ka leadership ọ na ha na-adị ihe maazị Obiro na-ekwu na from ihe Malawi ha biko mee tax ndị niile bụ ụkpụrụ nwe kọmuniti niile enwere ọrụ kọmuniti ihe enwere ebe a the whole world niile ebe a na-eme mitiri niile ndị Igbo si tax ọha ego ha tinye aka si dere ha mitiri si dega ha akwụkwọ tax ọha ego ha gosi Biafra na for everybody. It's not for only one person, it's not for only you, it's not only Mazi Obiro, it's for everybody. Because him and sometimes ha bịa ha were uche na-eme asị na onye Igbo nweta ha ka o ji eri nri ndị ọzọzi ga-anwụrụ mazie because onye na-akọsa anyị pụrụ anyị nwere but after everything let us leadership come together si ha ndị jeke ebe ole nwere mitiri part of mitiri na-enwere na ndị Igbo na ndị na-emere organization enwere na ndị Igbo tere ha kwụsị ha weta ego ha susu amata ha weta Mozambique weta South Africa unu weta ndị ọlụ ndị Imo ebe e nwere mitiri ndị Anambra steeti mitiri ihe ndị a niile ha weta because ọwụ ha ka na-akpara ọwụ ha ka na-achịrị ihe a enweghị ndị ọzọ na-achịrị ihe a because of gịnị ha fi na aga ebe ha ga-ebe ha zere ndụ ha ga-ebe ha zere onwe ha na ha fi na ha na mitiri ndị Igbo na ha na-eme ihe ndị Igbo na ha na-eme beti ha na ebe ahụ ha na ebe ha kwesịrị iche na dia force ha at least every month ha gbakọta aka na ha dị mitiri ha na n'ime wepụta ego amount si tinye aka na ihe ha na-eme but ọ bụrụ na ha na-eme ọ ga-aka mma na leadership tinyere ha ya as tax ha ga-akwụ any control ọbụla na-emedi ihe kwesịrị ime na ha association of law association Mbaise association ebe association ndị a ọ bụrụ na ha emedi ihe ha kwesịrị ime maazị ọ bụrụ na atachafụ a amara this country ahụ bụ ndị Igbo n'ebe ahụ ga-agasi ha na-eme gịnyekwa ha aka na ha si na ha wụ ndị Igbo na ha na-asọpọtụ obi ha wụ ihe a na-eme dị ha mma but let them put money maazị ha ga-etinye money ha but they have money to put not no don't have money they have money to put they have effort to support but aka kpekpere ihe a na-efiri na mmadụ ihe ebe ego ha na-aga ihe efiri na mmadụ ihe a na-eji ego ihe efiri na ha na-akpọ sense kpatara because of Caliban fụrụ ụnyaahụ n'ebe nwanne nwoke kpọrọ m gaa ebe emega ha ọlụ ihe Caliban fụrụ di ya esite o zuru iji kpọta moto ka maka Chineke n'ime Chukwu mgbe o zuru ịzụta moto ka but ha gara ha relax cha na-agba akabala na-ere tochichọ ha but ha pụzie na enwe ihe lot of things enwe feature anyị na-achọ tomorrow this Malawi now ọnọmọrụ nwe na mma n'ọmọrụ onwe na mma na mmadụ ga-anọrụ n'ọrụ but good government to good for that but enwe ihe ọbụla ma na-eri ana ngagị nwa gị ka anyị chịkwa nke anyị ka anyị kpara aka mezie nke anyị n'otu onye na-agba otu na-agba ọzọ amụ na-agba ọzọ dị mma nke ọzọ dị n'ime nche ịrụ leadership anyị ụlọ fọla ka na ụmụnne Nnamdi ka na-aga okwu na-agagharị ha na-agabichi ụzọ ihe anyị na-aga na-emede ihe mfara na-aga nna-arụ ndị leadership biko ha kpọta ndị ezigbo ndị SAMS kara aka ha tigiri anyị ka agachọwa ihe na-eme ihe because ndị a chọrọ ka ha dịle dị our time anyị ka ha dịle our time onye isi anyị ka ọ ga-egafe ama na achọ plan ha since bet ka anyị jizie ndị SAMS anyị ga-eweta ọhụrụ ọ bụkwa na ndị ọzọ si ọ bụkwa na ọzọ ka ebe ndị ọzọ anyị ga-eweta anyị wetara ya ndị ka kwesị I'm not somebody else that know me Nnamdi Kanu no this Malawi niile me Nnamdi Kanu ha chere ka Nnamdi Kanu na prison nna asị ele ihe unu ga-efi unu ka na-akpọ ihe unu na-enwede ihe unu na-amadanye ya ka etu unu ga-esigara unu na-akpọ nye Nnamdi Kanu onye nwunye gị na-achọ ka ị nwụọ ịmakwa ihe na-ekwu ihe unu na-ekwu ahụ ụdị kwụsị ekwuka but m na-arụ ka ọ bụrụ na a ga-enye chance si kpọta ndị ga-aga mee prezident akwụkwọ ndị a jaga nga dị gba akwụkwọ gọọmenti akwụkwọ kpọta ndị ụlọ jaga nga mezbiritin ha ihe dị mma bikos ụmụnne Nnamdi Kanu na ke ojimafọ ha na-aga ojimakọ na-aga ele ahịa barisa enweghị ihe mfara amega biko taịm adịrịzira anyị bikos ha chọrọ ha dịrị 26 a na-ekwu ihe na Jenụwarị ha shift ahịa to end of the February si na ha gara vacation biko eji m Chineke na-arịọ ndị leadership ha kpọrọ anyị ndị sam ọ bụrụ ego si ka anyị tọwa anyị ga-atụkwa the money nkwa na anyị mere gịnị na anyị mere anyị win ndị a nke ọzọ dịka ibi ewu biko onye isi anyị ndị isi anyị na-ekwu na redio Biafra biko pụtanụ na-enye na encouragement na-ekwukwenụ na-aga na because some maazị alụzi ma nwere ihe dị onwe nsogbu nwere adị m anụzi olie biko ama m n'ihe
Mazi alọzie nọ ya Mazi alọzie nọ ya 24 ọ bịara ọ pụtara today.
Okay, ngwa maazị biko jisie n'ike na-asị m Chineke gbaa unu ume onye ọbụla na-eme ihe ọ na-eme Chineke na-gozie ndị Igbo and secondly enwe ihe ọzọ m jiri ekwu maka ndị na-ekwu na TV Nigeria ndị na-ebu propaganda ndị na-aga investigation adeji melata aga base ihe ndị ọzọ ihe ndị a niile enediri ka anyị nwere nọmba ndị a niile ọ bụ na ndị abịa ga-eshi imi na mata nọmba ndị Rufai na ndị ọzọ gachi na-ekwugheri na TV station ha da-aga journalist na studio apụ you can no go out and check the investigation and know what is going on. Yeah, allegation na-ekwu ha na-ebe asị na Nigeria gọọmenti erisere ndị ihe herisere Nigeria flight ha na-akpanjọ n'izu na-ede Nigeria na-atọrịgachi na-enwe dị iche na-atọrịgachi na onye dịka enwe ndị IPB ka amatasị nọmba ndị a niile complete anyị ejijiri na aka na-ajụ ndị akwesịrị onwunye ihe dịrị ụnụ ụjọ na-atọ n'ikwu ụka ka ọ gị n'iwu ụnụ ka ihe kpatara ụnụ ga-ejiri afụ ihe ọdụ ebe IPOB ihe ụlọ IPB mere ihe ụlọ IPOB ihe ụlọ mere abụọ IPB biko gaa n'oso mkpọleshi na-aga investigeshon gaa n'investigeshon ihe ji ma jọnalist anyị na-ajụ ha ajụjụ that way ha mara because all of them na-ata ha ekwugheri abịa ha achị na achọrọ eme Nnamdi Kanu Messi achọrọ ka emene ebere achọrọ ka eji eme Messi this and that emene ebere onye ihe Nnamdi Kanu ihe mere ha eji emere Messi eji emere abịa Messi biko ka anyị nata nọmba ndị a niile na-ekwu na Nigeria stations channels TV ihe ndị a niile ha ncha niile gbanụ mbụ ndị aviation n'ime na anapụta nọmba secret nọmba direct nọmba ha ka anyị denye one place na-agba ihe ha na-ahụpa aka nwere ofe ha kwuo isiokwu because of isiokwu bụ ndụ ha ga-ekwu isiokwu ihe ụlọ ha nta megwara ha ga-eji egwa ha eme ikpe biko onye ọbụla n'ebe ọnụ gbaa mbọ gbachi mbọ ike na Biafra nke anyị ọwụdị nke ofu onye ọwụdị nke onye ọbụla ma nwoke ma nwaanyị tinye onye ọbụla tax ka anyị kwụọ na ya ndị kọntra akwụdị ka ha anyị degere ha na these people akwụdị tax ka ha every month anyị marazi that na alụcha ọga ka nwaanyị nwerezi akwụkwọ. Thank you.
There, Mazi. There, thank you very much. And this is where I'm going to switch off the phones. Please do not call any longer. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, just like, let me say, just later than on what Mazi below said. Idere Umuigbo. Tax the Igbo Union, this, and the Mbese Union, the Oka Town Union, the Anambra, the Imo, the Ajun everywhere around the world. Which country you not see? You know, on their budget. Yeah, name on their budget. That is the thing. You will see that if you go their meeting, you na call self ego kanwa, onyaga garo kanwa, onyaga meshishi, onyaga memume, onyaga, you know, he did akochen, okon, ira kwa, onyona, atoego, you know, meya, onyona, la, jenasi. Our people wanting so well, our people has problem. I'm telling you. You see, the best thing you can do for people is raising awareness, political consciousness, to understand the need for we. You know, I used to say it. Igbo Union in one country does not have official affiliation or contact, official contact, not individual. This one know this person, you call no official in another country. No coordination, nothing. Only that country is finished. You see that I went in Subu. It's only IPOB that came and broke this. You know, they broke this bond. We are in the bondage, and we are coordinated all over the world. That is why, you know, if you're an IPOB member, genuine, You need to pat yourself, clap for yourself. You are sent, honestly. Ndị aka ị ga-ata say, hey, ya chọrọ sị onye ke na IPOB. But if you go, they will hear no only gossip ka ha na-aṅa ntị, gossiping. Na-asị ka ezi ihe asịkwa na anyị isi ọnụ ka enye ha nya asị. The only thing that always brings Igbo people together is pain. Collective pain. That is it. Collective pain. That is the only thing. So we must continue what we are doing and nothing more. What we are doing, we continue. Everybody must not be IPOB member. Or we are talking, many of them are hearing. Mostly people in the diaspora. Those that don't hear, they don't want to listen. Some are die-hard Nigerianists. Why? Because of their business. Because of their political affiliation in Nigeria. Because of their, their political aspiration in Nigeria. Because han a bula container, maybe business, a bula container, Alhaji ne Bruna Ganot nere. That is it. Average Igbo man, once he's okay, everybody is okay. Don't you see Devo Mahi? As a minister of works only, he said, don't worry, no, Biafra has come. So as this government of TUNU has, integrated Ndibo. So putting him as a minister is it covers everybody. That is the ugly mentality. Ngige also portrayed the same mentality when he was minister. Is it minister of works? Yes. The same thing. So you see, it's a pattern of thinking. The same thing. Only by inside, they are saying, nah, forget. Now make I miss this opportunity. Say Biafra, make I go the suffer for fighting for future. I beg. Very, selfish mentality. I said something about Ezekiel right from beginning. It's one of the things that keep us here. Because why am I saying all these things? So that our people will try to change. Because when you continue going the same direction and you continue having deficits, you change. Ezekiel did it. You want to control that big thing. Selfish interest, only him. You want to be president. At all costs. At all costs. Even if it means deceiving the population, deceiving even Igbo population, that spreading propaganda, false narrative about him, whereas he knows that he is deceiving the people. He was deceiving the people. That has no real power, political power. The power lies on the prime minister. He accepted it. As long as he will be going on entourage, limousine. Britain gave it to him because they know that do you see that? The same thing, the same pattern is what is still going on, playing on till today. So why shouldn't we be talking about it? Why? Aki you don't see Obia nke ya agba mbọ to n'ogwe agba abụọ ya to n'ogwe ọwa ogwe ka pịa na atọ. Again, don't see him. All and all of general, he now made the laws saying, oh yeah, no more true federalism, no more federal regionalism, unitary system. Some people might argue for him to control the situation, but there are ways to do things and do it tactically and held on to power. Know how to, as he saw how things are moving, he needs to, be tactical in order to hold on to power. He didn't do it. He didn't listen to the voice of reason. The same thing, second person. Why then? And is it not the same mistake that is going on till today? Is it not the same mistake that is still going on till today? Once an Igbo man is okay, he says, oh, everybody is okay. Don't worry, everybody is okay. As long as it's only him. Without knowing that without we, there will be nothing like me. That is it. Let me read, as I wanted to say on closing, let me read the paragraph 2, second paragraph of Coalition Against Police Ebubago Impunity. Paragraph 2.6. The IPOB label as pretext for abuse is talking about, sorry, not Ebubago, Tiger Base. Tiger Base. You know, let me just bring it. Coalition Against Police Tiger Base Impunity. Yes, CAPTI. That is it. So let me read the paragraph 2.6. Please. I will be dissecting all this as time goes on. It says, across the testimonies documented in this report, a consistent pattern emerges. The allegation of IPOB ESN membership or association has become a convenient weapon to justify arbitrary arrests, torture, extortion, and malicious prosecutions. The label functions as a kind of legal death sentence, stripping individuals of their rights and making them vulnerable to any abuse officers choose to inflict. One former detainee described the arbitrary nature of these accusations. They undressed us and searched our bodies for bodily marks, which they use as a basis to label people ESN members. Several people, especially young people, are arrested daily in Imo State, detained, tortured, and starved until they die, based mostly on unsubstantiated allegations of being members of ESN. But all Imo residents cannot belong to ESN. The desperation in this statement captures the inexplicable reality faced by young people in Imo State, where any physical mark or perceived attitude can be interpreted as evidence of terrorism. CAPTI, that is Coalition Against Police Tiger Base Impunity. CAPTI, CAPTI, documented several instances where young men were arrested in their homes or on the highway and labeled ESN militants without any substantive investigation. Tiger Base often resorts to dragnet tactics, targeting entire communities rather than individuals, based on actual evidence or reasonable suspicion. The distinction between investigation and the prosecution has collapsed entirely. In most cases, the underlying motive is financial extortion rather than legitimate security concerns. Victims are taken to Tiger Base where they face prolonged detention, torture, and inhuman treatment designed to break their will and force their families to pay for their release. The practice is so widespread that families of missing persons are routinely told their relatives were arrested as IPOB suspects, even when the individuals have no connection to separatist activities. In many cases, victims are paraded before media with weapons they have never seen, falsely branded as terrorists or criminals, in staged displays meant to justify retroactively the abuse they have already suffered. Suspects are routinely pressured to pay for their release, and those who cannot afford it risk being permanently labeled IPOB members, a designation that further diminishes their rights and increases their vulnerability to torture, detention in abysmal conditions, and even death. Once tagged with this label, a person becomes less than human in the eyes of the captors. Someone whose suffering can be justified by reference to national security imperative that may have nothing to do with their actual conduct. This instrumentalization of security concerns transforms every young person in Imo State into a potential target, creating a climate of fear that extends far beyond any legitimate counter-terrorism mandate. Parents fear for their children. Young men avoid certain areas or modify their behavior in hopes of avoiding attention. The line between citizen and the suspect has dissolved, replaced by a presumption of guilt that can only be disproven through payments or political connections. This is not policing. It is predation dressed in the language of security. Most of the people committing all these are Igbo people in Tiger Base and other foreigners, even from Asari Dokubo. This is what we are suffering, and this is what they do. They tag everything IPOB. You had it from Nonsonkwa, who is in the field. You see it. And this is what people have taken till today. They maintain, continue pushing that false narrative. Ali Boga Kobucha, I am telling you, we are victorious. There is no way IPOB will be defeated. It is impossible. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has impregnated millions of us with Biafra ideology, and this has become an ideology. Once something becomes an ideology, no more, becomes more dangerous. That is it. So, Biafra remains our ideology. That is why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu tried everything in order to make Biafra to be our ideology. So that it is no more something that is based on one person. It is no more Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's thing. So that if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not there, everything collapses. No, it's no longer that. It happened in Masop. Wazirike, the founder of Masop, after being relegated or compromising, became moribund, and we learn. That is it. That is why IPOB continues, and it will continue. The more we continue, the more people become, born again with this ideology, or in this ideology. That is it. You see the evil of this Bubago, for Hope Uzodinma to just be in power as a governor. That is why he unleashed these false flag operations, using it as an excuse in order to kill our people. It's very bad. It's evil, and they will pay. Hope Uzodinma, Balibo seeing him, they will pay. They will pay in their own ways. They will pay, and their generations. Honestly. When you see people that are targeting his own people just for his own personal interest, political interest, so good, it is evil, and we must continue. Therefore, there is no other option than Biafra. It is either Biafra or Biafra. I don't say it is either Biafra or death. No, because you are saying that maybe death can prevent Biafra. No, it is either Biafra or Biafra. Because we are on relay. You go, another person is there replacing. That is institution. That is it, and that is why we remain indestructible. Ask Nigeria. They spent billions of dollars in order to bribe international diplomats and countries to tag IPOB, designate IPOB to as an international terrorist or terrorist organization. But no way. America said no. United Kingdom said no. It can't happen. Our law says otherwise. They cannot go contrary to their law, because these are the people that understands what law, rules and regulations means. Rules and regulations, laws put things in order. That is what is called orderliness. Without orderliness, everything is in shambles. That is how Nigeria is. That is why I tell you, I continue telling you, there is, if this world start working in disorder, which means the human beings in it some will die of trauma, some others will die of umenkup, the different types of things. Because when you start seeing, instead of fish, swimming in oceans and river, you see fishes in the air, swimming in the air, fishes everywhere. People will die of heart attack because there is no longer order in the world. Do you see? So everything in this planet Earth is regulated with natural law. That is it. Trees grow up, and in due time it bears flower, bears fruits, everything in order. It's not trees grow and after they bear fruits, after bearing fruit they start the fruit to start developing flower. No, it's no more orderliness. That is why any place without rules and regulations, that does not go through the law of the land, it remains a quagmire. That is why Nigeria remains the primitive zoological jungle republic called Nigeria. And we must make sure, in order to dismantle it through the truth that is coming out from IPOB. They continue telling you that, those Nigerian aircraft in this thing in Burkina Faso, seized in Burkina Faso, it missed its way, it had emergency landing. That is cock and bull stories they are talking. They are talking cock and bull stories. I give them a tip. Nigeria government, listen, the agents, please take this. Tell Tinubu to go and tell Ibrahim Traore that no, this aircraft belongs to IPOB. They repented it, Nigerian aircraft, Air Force. That the people that they are detaining, they are ESN, because this is what they know how to do. They thought that is in Nigeria. They try to operate on non-gunmen in favor of France in Burkina Faso, and they say come, they force them down. Say if you don't come down, we blow you into ashes. And inside the aircraft, they saw sophisticated equipments that plots or photos, the targets, the barracks, military barrack garrisons, movements, troop movements of Burkina Faso. Mazi Chinasawori said it the day of his broadcast. He said, don't worry. Why these people are still holding this? There's something inside. Either they are carrying weapons to the terrorists in Burkina Faso, or they are doing something heinous. And that is it. Do you think, Nigerian, where I saw somebody say, yeah, you cannot compare Nigeria to Burkina Faso. You cannot, any day Nigeria. Get out. Get out. Who is Nigeria? You're talking. When it comes to look at the Nigeria, Nigerian military that has been infiltrated with terrorists, nothing goes, nothing works. The coalition of Chad, Cameroon, Benin Republic was working together with Nigerian military years before. What made them to run away? They say with the Nigerian military you cannot win anything. You plan anything with the Nigerian military, any attack you plan against the terrorists, it has been leaked to the terrorists. They will be waiting for you to come. So all of them, this child has said, Nigeria is a quagmire. And do you know what? Let me tell you something. You see this Sahel, they are even secretly, they are even telling the terrorists attacking their country, say, you have Nigeria to go and attack. If you want, we can give you free way. Go to Nigeria, is your place. Or if you stay this side, we kill you. And they are trooping into Nigeria because it's a debt. It's a debt. They see that the Nigerian indigenous population they are gullible. Bala Mohammed came on air and told Nigerians that they are bringing foreign Fulanis into Nigeria with Nigerian money, financing them. And there was no outcry. Why would you bring Takramangura deaths everywhere? That is Uni, terrorists everywhere into Nigeria to come and kill everybody. We must continue. We better restore Biafra. And you have to support what we are doing. As a Biafran, support what we are doing. Thank you for listening. Biafra remains our ideology, our religion, and who we are. And here on Radio Biafra is where we rally, where we worship. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. From here, it is simply good evening.
Biafra gaimara Biafra gane bozo gamiri agaimara Biafra gane bozo gamiri Biafra gane sombe waboke anijala na ona be lombo wana jumo osina Biafra na Chukwu okike bịama onye anyị nọ n'aka ya mere anyị ihe mara mma sọmpe ugbu a bụ oge anyị ji ala n'ala nna m Biafra bara ọma ala Chukwu gọziri ala mma na ahụ.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 21st day of November 2025. Therefore, as you may know, without taking any time, I will hand over the microphone to Mazi Sanwo-Olu in order to address Biafrans and lovers of freedom and the whole worldwide audience. Mazi, please, the microphone is yours. Please go on.
Mazi Chinedu, Ndewo Nwa Chineke. Good evening, all the lovers of freedom. My name is Mazi Sanwo-Olu. Mazi Sanwo-Olu served the indigenous people of Biafra as a member of the Directorate of State. And this evening, I've come to address Biafrans officially on behalf of the leadership of this movement, the Directorate of State. And this is the official press statement from the leadership of IPOB, signed by the head of the Directorate, Mazi Chika Edoziem. After presentation of this press statement, it is a press statement that every Biafra must share everywhere, and it must be documented for future references. Today is 21st of November 2025. This is the press statement on the judgment delivered by Justice James Omotosho of Federal High Court, Abuja. On 20th of November 2025, the Nigerian judiciary has confirmed itself as the temple of injustice and oppression used to try and silence those who speak up for their people. The judiciary has shown that it is a tool in the hands of the Nigerian establishment to continue the perpetuation of centuries-old suppression of the voice of freedom from the Biafran people. The Directorate of State of the Indigenous People of Biafra, the DOS, unequivocally reject the charade called trial and the judgment delivered yesterday by the Justice James Omotosho-led Federal High Court, Abuja. Our rejection of this judgment is born out of conviction that no one can build something on nothing. The numerous attempts by lawyers, non-lawyers, and commentators alike to find a legal justification for the continued persecution of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the name of trial notwithstanding, his trial is admitted to null and void and has neither bias nor foundation. History should have by now taught the Nigerian government to understand that the Biafran people will not be intimidated, cajoled, or blackmailed out of our inalienable right to self-determination. It is person to massacre Biafran youth at every given opportunity cannot halt our march to freedom. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was adjudged innocent, discharged by the Nigerian Court of Appeal of all charges. The Nigerian government should have obeyed that decision of the court, thereby creating the enabling condition for a peaceful dialogue and referendum to determine our demand for an independent Biafran nation. But unfortunately, Nigerian government choose to commit genocide against the Biafran people. The Directorate of State of the Indigenous People of Biafra shall in the coming days, weeks, and months roll out actions that unambiguously repudiates this particular judgment by Justice James Omotosho. Signed, Mazi Chika Edoziem, the head of Directorate for the Indigenous People of Biafra. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, this short press statement, it is the official stand for the Indigenous People of Biafra. And as I have read this official statement to be circulated, and I am going to address certain issues based on the judgment of Mazi, judgment handed over by the Nigerian Federal Court to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. As we all know, that as the sentence Mazi Nnamdi Kanu yesterday, and today, another news broke out that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been transferred to a prison, a maximum security prison in Sokoto, as we heard from the lawyers, or we saw them circulating it on the social media. This particular report is coming from the lawyers that today, 21st of November, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been transferred from the Nigerian DSS dungeon to Sokoto, far north, Sokoto maximum prison. Today, I want to first say this. All of you who have in one way or the other contributed to the jail, the sentence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to life imprisonment, shame to every one of you. And I curse, and this IPOB family, we curse all of you who in one way, out of your greed, out of your envy, out of your jealousness, We curse every one of you who have played very dangerous role to the imprisonment of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This IPOB that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu formed I heard the voice of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu when it was on Radio Biafra, when they were broadcasting in AM radio, not FM, shortwave radio. It was uploaded on social media in 2011 or 2011, 2012. And gradually we started listening to him. We were called. Many of us were called around the world. We didn't know each other. Every one of us, we rose up in different countries. Some of us, they might have given us this issue of freedom, but we didn't know what it meant until the coming of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He called every one of us. When we heard his voice, all of us rose up. Things were happening to Biafrans around the world, but we never knew. We were all running away from our country, from our homeland till death, until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came. He woke us up. We started to connect ourselves around the world. By 2013, early 2014, Biafrans have started gathering. We started through social media and the radio, spreading the gospel for the restoration of Biafra. As years goes by, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started traveling from one country to another to spread this gospel. As year goes by, millions of people answered this call. Irrespective of every challenge, because we know in a journey of freedom, there must be challenges. But the most important thing is, how do you manage all these challenges? When many of us came on board, because we have been there from beginning, but when many of us understood that this is a very serious journey, a very dangerous one for that matter, we make sure we apply every necessary security. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started traveling from one country to another, preaching the gospel for the restoration of Biafra. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, as he was traveling everywhere around the world, from Europe to America, America to Asia, Asia to Middle East, he never encountered any problem. He was protected. He was protected everywhere he went to preach the gospel. Biafrans protected him. He traveled without paying. Biafrans were taking care of the ticket, bringing him to spread the gospel for the restoration of Biafra. And the struggle grew and grew. In 2015, when he left Kuwait in September, ending September 28 or 29 September, he left Kuwait to UK. From UK, he went to Nigeria. On 12th of October, he was arrested in Lagos. That was the second arrest. Biafrans mobilized. We protested. From Abo to Onitsha to Enugu, protest was everywhere. We were killed. National High School Aba, we were massacred. Onitsha Head Bridge, we were massacred. Mpo, we were massacred. Umuahia, we were massacred. We were adopted. Extrajudicial killings. When all these things were happening, some people were not known. We know we are in a journey of soldier comes, soldier go. But when all these things were happening, some people do not care. Some people do not mind. We were called miscreants. We were called all kinds of names. We were told that we don't know what we are doing. We protected this man. We protected Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. On the process of protecting him and making him who he is today, life were lost. How many people died in his father's compound? People who said this man must be protected. How many people died? All this why? Because he was carrying the torch to lead us for freedom. After he was attacked in his father's compound, disappeared from the public, and reappeared in 2018 in Israel. Biafrans have another relief when they found him appeared in Israel. Many people tried to join back the struggle. New people followed this struggle. Most of us who remain in this struggle, who have been in this struggle from the beginning, our purpose is to help Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to restore Biafra. Some of us in this struggle, we are not egocentric, because that is the problem we are having in this movement. People who came, they want to make money. People who could not feed themselves, they want to feed themselves from IPOB. People who were looking wretched, they saw IPOB as a place they can play their games. Yes, you expect those things in a struggle like this. And especially in a society like Nigeria, where many people are corrupt, many people are heartless animals, they can do anything. In June, on June 19th, 2021, that was the last day most of us communicated to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We never knew he was adopted in Kenya. We never knew. At least for me, I spoke to him few hours before he could not answer his telephone again. And from that time till date, when he went to Kenya, some people knew, his siblings knew that he was in Kenya. He was in Kenya not for one day. He was in Kenya not for 2 days. The leadership did not know. He was resident in Kenya. Nobody from this leadership knew. The question is, after we have built a leader, kept him where the world is talking about him, people that step in around his circle, they try to detach him from that leadership, that they know they are very protective of this man. they start to control him, that the leadership cannot even know where their leader is, irrespective of anything. People who have protected him. And at the end of the day, when we lose contact, we ask, we continue to ask, where is our leader? For me, it was not also normal because I didn't know what happened to me, that I believed them, because this is people that I don't believe. I do not believe them. I do not know what happened, that I was believing him, believing them, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was praying. Little did we know that he was kidnapped in Kenya, held in Kenya. None of us knew that until the 28th of June. We saw Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the Federal High Court, Abuja. We saw Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on the pages of newspaper. This is somebody the family, the brothers were telling us. Little did we know that as Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was in Kenya, that many of them were arranging visitors who goes to meet him in Kenya. Little did the leadership knew. The brothers, they knew. Politicians were going to see him in Kenya. They were arranging all kinds of people to go and see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in Kenya. The leadership didn't know. We protected this struggle. From the time Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned, we held on to this struggle. We swallowed a lot of things to make sure that this struggle remains. Because this is the struggle for the people. It is not a struggle for an individual. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu brought to court. The same people who knew that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was in Kenya, the same people came over. And I want to say something this evening. You see anybody who is advising you, don't talk about this thing, let's move forward. May Chukwokika strike that person dead. Anybody who comes on your timeline to tell you, don't talk about, we must blame those we must blame for this calamity. Irrespective, whether we like it or not, we are moving forward. But those that must be blamed must be blamed. But after all, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been sentenced to life. And somebody cannot tell you, don't talk. Let's move forward. Move where? Where are we moving with you? Where are we moving with you? What I'm saying today, I'm just trying to give a brief history of how we have maneuvered this struggle till where we are today. That is what I'm trying to do. How we have come. In as much I'm not saying it in details. Because yesterday is not a good day for the Biafrans all over the world. The way Biafrans feel since yesterday and today, just like the day we saw Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the prison. Some people will tell you, don't talk about it. Let's see how you move where. Where are we moving with you? Where are we moving with you? Indisciplined individuals, horrible individuals who have sabotaged this struggle and sabotaged the life of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Shame on all of you. Because of your greed, for your own personal interest, you have guided a man who is holding the torch for the Biafra restoration into a life sentence. And you have the right to come to tell us
Don't blame. This is not time for blaming. This is not the time to blame. After blaming, we move forward. But we must blame those who have caused us this pain. You can't. Nobody can deny us. I am pained from this judgment yesterday. It is not a surprise to me, and it is not a surprise to millions of other Biafrans, because we knew this is where Nigerian government was heading to. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu brought to Nigeria. He's supposed to be brought to court on 25th of July, 2021. The same women who advised him to go away from the leadership of IPOB and move to Kenya, the same women who were visiting him from Kenya, because we realized that some of them were visiting him from America to East Africa. The leadership never knew. Some of the women, they were visiting him. The leadership never knew. But the moment he was caught, every one of them turned around to cast the blame on the leadership. Had it been that time some of us walk carelessly on the road, people will stone us. People will attack us for selling Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They put their propaganda machines all in order to make sure that they destroy the leadership of IPOB. To make sure they destroy the leadership of IPOB. On 25th of July 2021, the Nigerian government promised to bring Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to the court. They failed to bring him to the court. The leadership of this movement, after much pressure, and the same people were rumoring that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have 2 weeks to live inside the DSS custody. They used that particular propaganda and mount pressure on our people. The leadership rose from a very emergency meeting and said, there will be a sit-at-home order, a civil disobedience, because sit-at-home is never. On the sit-at-home order. And at the end of the day, we declared a sit-at-home to make sure that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was brought out to court. That was the reason we did that. That was the reason we called for a sit-at-home, a Monday sit-at-home, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will be brought to court until he is brought to court, until he's given access, because that time the lawyers were not also allowed to see him. Later, they met him. The same Monday we started sit-at-home, and he advised that we must cancel the sit-at-home. By the following week, the IPOB leadership cancelled this sit-at-home. Little did we know that as we obeyed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that his siblings and some of the lawyers who are around Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, it was a plan to stop the leadership from taking this responsibility. And they knew that our people have listened to the leadership, to the IPOB Directorate of State. The siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the lawyers around, they turn around. Little did we know that this young man, they call a ferryman, was already, we knew that he was an infiltrator. We knew he was an agent provocateur. We knew. If nothing more, I myself told Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Even before he interviewed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I told him about this guy. I told him about what this guy said. I told him about, hey, this guy must do like this if you really want him to work with us. They blackmail. And I was not the only one. Many people were advising But because he was an agent, already prepared, the leadership of IPOB went on and called off the seat at home. They turned around and they informed him that the leadership of IPOB have called out, accused them that they have taken money from the government to call off the seat at home. And that is how the whole mess. After we have pronounced that the seat at home has been cancelled, within 2 days he came around and said the seat at home must continue. The leadership has taken money from Nigerian government. And most of you believed him. Most of you believed him. And that belief, that support, all of you gave him is what have landed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today in a life sentence. All of you that believed him, contributed money, support him, all that support is what have, because before now, there was nothing. We were being killed. All of you supported him. You started to shout. And they said you have become autopilots. You have become autopilots. And this is where you have authored Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in a life sentence. We tried all we could and come on this radio to explain to our people. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that was not the first time he was being arrested. He was arrested in 2015. We brought him out through protest. We never killed anybody. We never attacked anyone. We were only protesting. They were killing us. And at the end of the day, we rescued Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from the hands of the Nigerian government. That was on April 2017. In April 2017. IPOB did not become violent. IPOB did not kill anyone. We continued to protest for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I think after 4 months or 3 months, he was in detention. DSS hid him. He was incommunicado until one day he appeared in the court. IPOB never go out to kill anyone. IPOB never threatened anybody. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was released. Then the Nigerian government made the next move, attack him in his father's compound, kill many people, and he escaped. He reappeared. IPOB was not violent. IPOB has never been violent. During this period, the Nigerian government, the sponsors of everybody know the ideology of Muhammad Buhari, which is Fulani movement, the Fula movement. Fulanis started to launch, Fulani haters started to launch attacks on our farms, rape our women, destroy our crops. All of you knew about this. It is not a hidden issue. And on the process, IPOB volunteers started to confront the Fulani herdsmen in the bushes, as people could not go to their farms any longer. Everything that is happening in the northern part of Nigeria was what the Fulanese herdsmen were trying to impose in Biafra land. And that gave birth to the Eastern Security Network. Go to the bushes where these Fulanese are all hiding, creating terror camps, make sure they do not settle in our bushes, make sure they do not. It is a voluntary job. Nobody is being paid. These are young men who said, no, our families cannot be killed. Farms cannot be. People take loans to cultivate farms. And Fulani herdsmen will come and destroy, kill, and rape. That gave birth to all those issues. The Eastern Security Network started to protect them, protect the farms in the bushes, and they remain in the bushes trying to curtail the influx of Fulani, Marudin Fulani herdsmen. Suddenly, for the fact that they failed the first one, they couldn't push IPOB in the first arrest of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu into violence. They used this young man, this Ekberima, and brought violence in our land. And from day one, IPOB made it very clear, with numerous press releases, that this man you call Simon Epa is not a member of IPOB. Go to Finland. We have a family in Finland. We did everything possible that this young man, for the fact that he is broadcasting on social media, for the fact that along the line, this is social media, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said there are somebody talking about Biafra or people should listen to him. It doesn't mean, after all, he talked to other people also. It doesn't mean that he's an IPOB member. To be an IPOB member, you must identify yourself with the IPOB family, because we are present in over 100 countries. You must identify yourself. There must be a coordinator. You are not an IPOB member. You are not an IPOB member. You must be paying your dues. And then the directions comes the leadership of this movement, the Directorate of State. They tried everything to impose him on us. People tried to say, oh, you must, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they brought them from America. And I will say it today, tomorrow, that many Biafrans who are residing in America, you see them with all kind of their organization, everybody, you see like the ones you see already. How many are they? 7. 7 of them have different organizations. You ask yourself, what it is that behavior. You see many of them, you see them parading in America, they are 6. 6 of them are 3 different organizations. 6 of them, 3 different organizations. This one say, I am a vid. This one say, I am rising sun. This one said, I am an advocate of this thing. I want you to look in the mentality of these people. This one say, we are Omo Adaka. This one say, a small group of people. A small group of people. They want, if they do not have a personal interest, why are they dividing groups? How many are they? Most of them were part of apart from, I think, the advocacy for this thing, the remaining were part of the Eperima, the Woto crony. And at the end of the day, when they get problem, everybody divides. They all were part of launching attack on IPOB to destroy the IPOB, to destroy IPOB leadership. And had it been IPOB was destroyed, where will we be today? I'm asking every one of you. Where will millions of Biafrans be today? Where will you be now that they have sentenced Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to life imprisonment? Where will all of you be? Because they are coming for you. Every Biafran must be on a very high alert. I am coming to that particular topic. What is going to happen from now to the first quarter of 2026? I am telling you, if you people want to learn, you learn. You don't want to learn, it is up to you. We are in a war with the Nigerian government. Some of you think the war is you must carry gun and you start shooting. That is the war. We are in a very critical, strategic war for the soul of our people. This is how all of them came. They bring all manner of ideas. They want to corrupt the IPO, the Biafran ideology. Most of them having. Some of the groups, their plan is they have those groups trying to see how they will launch a political career in the Nigerian government. That is what they have, all those guys in America. Those groups they have as a launching pad into Nigerian politics. That is what they have. They have not the same ideology, but because they found out, oh, Nnamdi Kanu is there, let us use him. Let us use them. We are freedom fighters, not politicians. We do not want to divert from a freedom fighting outfit to politics. We don't. Those who will play politics, we play. Any day we divert without having Biafra and we divert into politics, then we go and follow them and play those politics. Those deceptive way of life, lies, manipulation. And that is not why we are here. And that is not why Chukwuka Abiyama called us. We fought, IPOB fought, for people to have access to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Some of them thought it was by their making. IPOB made sure we fought to make sure that we have access to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And they were, those of them who were having access to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu do not use it to the betterment of this struggle. They were never using it to put this struggle in a better light. None of them. Many of them who seconded Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they go to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to give them authorization to destroy Chinasa Nworu. Some of them went there to get authorization from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to see who to kill. Kill Chinasa Nworu, destroy Chinasa Nworu. I want him destroyed. I want Chike Doziem destroyed. I want this person destroyed. They are fools. That is only what they went there to do. Fools. That is only what they went there to do. That is the only reason thinking. The Igbo adage says, we have protected the struggle. They seized the fund for this struggle. They seized the fund. They blocked the fund for this movement because they wanted this movement to cripple. With the thousands and thousands of dollars IPOB have in possession, they block it. Many of you do not know how this movement survived till date. No external support, only the little money, IPOB family, those who believe in this struggle. Many of you said you can never contribute until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu comes out. You will never give this struggle Chinasa Nworu as if you are giving Chinasa Nworu money. I am sure that I have never come to any one of you to beg for anything. I am sure. I am very, very sure. I have never begged in my life, and I will never beg, even though the way the struggle have kept us. We manage, the leadership of this movement continue to control this struggle when the money for this struggle were being used in any way they like to destroy this movement. Some who feel that is where the money is, they run to them. People in this struggle who cannot come to social media to broadcast unless they are being given money, they run. You see them yabbing on social media. They cannot use their own 10,000 naira and put data and speak on Biafra unless somebody give it to them. If they eventually do it, they have pain in their heart. If you have followed me on social media since many years back, and many of us, family writers, Emeka Gift, all many people who have been consistent in this struggle. Something we have been consistent for over a decade. There is no day we never tweeted, we never posted on social media. Nobody pays us. Here we are. For the 4 years Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in detention, all what these people do is to destroy the leadership of this movement. When they found out the leadership is standing firm to make sure we keep the ideology moving, Nigerian government introduced violence in our land through their woto cronies and through some of the women in America. We are coming for them. All of them that have caused this pain in our place, they have no place to run. All of them. All of them that have caused this problem in our place, that work with the real agents to bring violence in our place, we will come for every one of them. They think, they saw what happened to Eperima. IPOB, we stood. We wrote to the Finland government. We went to Finland government. We mobilized everywhere in the world. We went and protested. That is IPOB. To show you we are not a violent movement. If we are violent movement, we won't be protesting. Do you see ISWAT? Do you see Boko Haram? Have you seen them protesting? No, they don't protest. They are attacking with guns. But you see IPOB protesting. But people turn it, you thought that is weakness. Because we are not carrying gun, that is weakness. But because you are a fool, that is why you believe it is through gun you can solve the problem of self-determination. When Nigeria have 1 million problems, we can use and divide Nigeria and seek for our own self-determination, seek for our referendum. Nigeria have all the problems that are needed to separate the country. It's not by God. And that is what they are getting now. All our efforts to try to control situations when this Eperima was doing all these things. Many of you refuse to understand that when they brought Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was when the crime. They said it is from NSAS. Most of you, have you seen what is read in the court? Throughout the court sitting, have you ever heard it? When the lawyers come out, they talk a different thing. But these are points that IPOB, we can defend all this rubbish that was said in the courts. Even with that, we will disseminate all those points, put them down, because they were all lies. But the lawyers will come out, they will talk a different thing. They will come to talk the one that you will be praising Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They will come out and tell you the one, we are firing them, we are doing this. All lies. They were deceiving you. They were taking away the main point. Today, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the Nigerian government, irrespective of anything, it is a political sentence. But I'm coming to that one. They were deceiving you. If you listen to all these things that was counted in the court, the lawyers never opened one day and told us this is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is being charged. They never. When they come, they start to talk like Ndegwarisi. They were all hiding everything. All these things that was counted, Nigeria used and tell Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, if they bring this thing outside, we will disseminate this point. Where did Mazi Nnamdi Kanu say that they are going to attack British embassy, attack Nigerian embassy? Where did he say that? Where? When did he say that? As long as I know, on 20th October, everybody knew that anytime there is riot in Nigeria, insecurity, the government will always, the foreign bodies will always tell themselves to close their embassies for security reasons. Of recent, they are issuing security alerts. Every country does that. When a country is being unstable or there is a riot, people are calling for protest, all these things. The countries, the foreign embassies, especially America, British embassies, they normally call their citizens. And I know on 20th of that October, they are talking USA embassy. They said they are shutting down their consulate in Lagos over NSAS protest. Over NSAS protest. That is why they shut down, not Nnamdi Kanu saying to go and attack the British embassy, the USA embassy. Nnamdi Kanu never said that. Everything, the contest, all these things were quoted out of context. It is in the news. Go and check them. There are news, there are publications on these things. USA embassy in Lagos issued security alert to their nationals over the NSAS. Over the NSAS. Is Nnamdi Kanu the initiator of NSAS? And we allow themselves all these things. Are they telling us they don't know about these things? All the crimes that was committed, when they hold Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they start to commit the crime. So they can link them to him. To him. They will link them. You go to Olo, the center of where they committed all these crimes, because that is where the willing troops gathered. I was screaming on this platform. I was screaming, IPOB members, we were screaming and disassociating ourselves from what was happening. Numerous press release, radio broadcast, to tell our people we do not accept any violence against our people. IPOB is not responsible for all this rubbish. From 14th December, after the Anambra election, when we finished studying the situation of things, how it happened, 14th December, I came on this particular platform to tell our people, please, this is what is happening. These things have nothing to do with IPOB. We start to mention names of the criminals who were perpetuating crimes under the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, under the name of IPOB. Today they will answer this. Today, tomorrow, they even came up. They said they are Umuoma. I came on radio. I said, there is nothing like Umuoma. We don't have anything called Umuoma in IPOB. They tell you Umuoma is IPOB. They tell you Umuoma. I don't know wherever. Only in Imo State, only in Olo, is where IPOB is regarded as Umuoma. IPOB is regarded, ESN is regarded as Umuoma, and they tell you it is your name. Tomorrow, the Umuoma, on the process we push, they say they are Liberation Army. They are this. They Vomahi. Opposed or the man. All of you. We know the role. Yes, so we know the role every one of you played, but we will come to that. We know some of you businessmen in Anambra, we know the role all of you played. In 4 years, most of you who do not, because the target was to destroy IPOB leadership, most of you circled around the criminals. Most of you circled around the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to destroy IPOB leadership. And I know that today, most of them will be blaming themselves for the role they have played. IPOB continued to fight. When we got, when Ifeanyi Ejiofor and Sam Michael Zekome got a victory, 2022, 14th or 13th October, discharged and acquitted. And most of you knew that that was the time Mazi Nnamdi Kanu would have been released, even though Nigeria went to Supreme Court. This is the time we are pushing that these subjects have come to an end. It is now Nigeria to obey their court order, their appeal court order. And that is where we stood till date. Because we know what was happening. But everybody should know that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have enemies. The way the judgment came, they were shocked. They now set out their own plans. That is why I say the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and some of these lawyers who were being out of greed, when they give them money, they advise them. They run and tell Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. that this person said like this. He said, this is the way we are going to do it. That is what they continue to do. I came up on Radio Biafra. I said, we stand on that discharged and acquitted. Nigeria obeyed this court order first. They refused. The brother came out on social media and wrote, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will be going back for a trial. And everybody forgot. These charges now that they use and sentence Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, all these charges have been quashed. Before, all this has been quashed. Even the radio transmitter is now getting a sentence. All the 7 charges, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu were convicted in all the 7 charges that has already been discharged and acquitted. The brothers came on social media to tell us Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is going back to trial. Yeah, he's going back. He's going back to court for trial. They were proud. Fools. They were proud. Envy. So that they won't be. If the DOS gives China Samoru instruction to come and announce something on the air, they run around. Who told you? This is a body. Envy, jealousy. Did I ask anybody to come Agune Chamber? Go and ask about me. I don't like titles. It is penning you. Envy. Look at where it has landed every one of us. For 4 years, every day we are talking about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. For 4 years, our mental health is, shattered because of what kind of people surrounded Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Now they have sentenced Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They have moved one side. You see them, they go silent. They will come from the back and tell you, let us move forward. Move forward. Move forward. They have sentenced Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to life imprisonment. But I want to come now to talk about Biafrans on this life sentence they gave to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Biafrans and lovers of freedom. But Nigerian government demonstrated life sentence given to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is the worst they can do. They have played their last card. It is for us now to play our own game. And if we play this our own strategy, I bet you Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will be released. I bet every one of you. If every one of you, this is not a journey. It's not a short journey. The leadership always have a long-term journey. Along the line, I happened to have a conversation with somebody. I told him, these things that are going this way, are you people making plans? Are you looking ahead? Is there any plans you have? Is there any information you are getting? Because I see that most of you are not looking ahead. Always, or whether you people knew, but you want to keep it to yourself. But if you are leading the people, you're supposed to always inform the people. Ideas will come. People will open up. They will give you information they have. They will tell you. I asked them today, they say they have moved Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And I told them, I said, you see this thing, if they sentence Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, some of you will think, because of what you have played, some of them, you see how they were, the lawyers, how the judge used to cajole them. He called them content creators. He told them they are running around Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is for their own selfish interest. You see them talking. And they still have mouth to go on radio, on television, still talking rubbish. Still talking rubbish. Don't worry, we are going to appeal. You have appealed cases for more than 100 times. You never win one. You see, don't worry, we are going to appeal. They have appealed since 4 years. They have appealed cases. They have filed cases for more than 100 times. They have never won anyone. He coming to keep you people in another false hope. As he is, you see him talking rubbish, going there. He have his own criminal cases waiting for him. You don't see them in newspaper over fraud and all these things. You don't see them. These are the kind of people that surround Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Tomorrow, if you touch them, they say because they are evil. Those guys you see, go. You don't read newspapers, Biafrans. They are having fraud cases with the CPM. Cases are too much. And these are the people surrounding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Today they talk like this, tomorrow they talk like this. Men of low caliber. And these are people are running around because of their personal interest. They have messed up Mazi Nnamdi Kanu case because the Nigerian government watch the body language. They watch people around him. They watch. And if anybody of them now they sentence Mazi and they come on social media to write nonsense, they will get it hot from us. From this moment. Some of you, from now onward, you will know that those nonsense we have tolerated for many years, we are not going to tolerate it again. If you are in, you are in. You are out, you are out. Every day you come on social media to tell us, you can tell us all these things and you never tell us all these charges they raised against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the court for 4 hours. They never talk about it. They never explain it to anybody. Things they don't know, they never ask. Because some of them have dirty deals. So don't want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to mount defense. Because if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu mounts defense, some of them will be implicated. Because he never sent some of them some messages. He never. Most of them were working with this experiment. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not know. Also, because they want money. Don't worry, I will tell Mazi Nnamdi Kanu lies. Lies. That's why they advise him, don't mount defense, because they want to protect themselves. What all these cases they charge Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is nothing. There is nothing in there. All this in there. This is, if you argue them, there is nothing. And that is why you see it is a political jail sentence. And I'm saying it very clear. Nigerian government should know that this pronouncement of life sentence on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has no, the public and the international community, it is not acceptable. The Nigerian government is supposed to know. They have to check the public. Everybody is frowning at the judgment. Does that not tell them something? Meaning it is not accepted. The public did not accept it. International communities did not accept it. One of the USA congressmen, he said the sentence of Nnamdi Kanu is a sign of a poor judiciary. He said it yesterday. Poor judiciary system in Nigeria. People are coming out, everybody condemning all this judgment. And it is IPOB media, you have to start compiling all these rejections. All these things, people are rejecting this judgment. The public, like the press release said, in days to come, weeks to come, we are rolling out our own. Don't think it is over. You see this judgment Nigeria got today. They gave this fake judgment. We reject it. We do not accept this judgment. And on this basis, the IPOB leadership will launch their own counter-attacks on this. Because the next thing, Nigerian government will use this judgment, start going from one country to another, trying to convince them because their target is to destroy IPOB. That is the next move they are going to do. And IPOB, we are already waiting for them. We have prepared our own counter. That judgment, we will give it ourselves. We will take the judgment to go to talk to the government of the world bodies. We'll tell them, look at the judgment you gave to a man who is fighting for the freedom of his people. Look at the judgment you gave to him. The only thing I will tell you people, if you are praying, Pray for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Wherever they kept him, IPOB leadership, our duty is to make sure he's alive. He will come out alive. It is not a death sentence. We will bring him alive. But we must listen to the leadership of IPOB because of what is about to come. Everybody knows what is happening in Nigeria presently. Nigeria is being, hammered because of their collaboration with terrorists, Fulani terrorists, Boko Haram, ISWAP. All these people are terrorists that Nigerian government, only in the northern part of Nigeria is where you see all these terrorist groups. Only in the northern part of Nigeria. You don't see this terrorist group anywhere. And Nigeria want to do something. They want everywhere in Nigeria to be inflamed with crisis. So that they will tell the world, like you see the narrative that it is not only Christians are killed, Muslims are being killed, which is a lie. Who are those Muslims that are being killed? These are the Shia. The Sunnis, they are killing them. The problem that makes them divide in 2016, there is something our people have to know. On all this Christian killing and those who are defending it, and now Nigeria is on a hot seat. Nigeria will like to inflame every part of the country with crisis. And that is where every one of us is going to play a very important role. Listen to Radio Biafra. If you don't have Radio Biafra, because from now to the first quarter of next year, Nigeria is going to play a very dangerous game on Biafra land. Let me explain it. I didn't come here to blame anybody, but I came here to open your eyes so that it won't happen again. So that it's because what is they about to do now is what they did when they brought Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They start to create crisis. Now they have sentenced Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They are going to new crisis to tell the world that IPOB is a violent movement. That the Biafra agitators are violent, they are violent separatists. And for that, body should. They are plan to unleash terror to say, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that you seen what they've done? Everything they're going to do is to discredit IPOB. Every one of you remember, during when this when he was asking his people on sit at home to shut down churches. This was when they are trying to implement these things. And IPOB will come here and warn people. There was a Sunday, I saw that in one of these judgments they read. There was a day, I think it was 2020. The judge read this thing there. He said on Sunday that IPOB we make sit at home, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It was a lie. Sit at home, 30th December it fell on a Sunday. I think it was 2020 or 2021. 30th May, which is the Biafran Heroes and Heroines Day, it fell on a Sunday. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, no. Everywhere in the world is like that. If anything fell on Sunday, it will be done on Monday. Everywhere. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, no. People were saying we stop people church. No, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, no. That is on Sunday. You can't stop our people from going to church because of the holiday. The 30th May will be observed on Monday. Our people going to church should pray for our people. On Monday now, we will observe the sit at home. That was on a Biafran Heroes and Heroines Day. And I saw James Omotosho reading it that Mazi Kanu stop people from, which is a lie. These are facts that can be debunked easily. And we are going to take that judgment. Every point that he made there, the leadership will take that judgment and we will thwart it and submit it to the international community. You see that judgment? Because we have the record. And that is, instead, the lawyers and the brothers, when they see these things, they contact the leadership. There are people that knows. Not those, but they don't even remember what happened yesterday. They claim that they know. They can't even keep record. They can't. You see some of them, all these people, all of them that are smokers of this marijuana and all these things, surround Mazi Kanu. What happened yesterday, they cannot even remember. Only when after smoking, they think that they can walk from Lagos to America by leg. When they see those things, they can't even remember. They cannot recollect. And they cannot give to the leadership to say, no, this is not how it happened. They feel that they are seizing information from IPOB. Because if some of this information are known to us, we will disseminate those information on social media. We will settle them on social media. No, they hide it. They go cut and come out. They come and tell us, well, this thing is this thing. They're deceiving you, you are jumping off. And at the end of the day, look at where they have put us. So, want to attack our churches in the name of IPOB. I am saying it now that everybody will listen. You saw on 19th how they tried to link. They said now they are linking. They are linking IPOB commanders. There is one thing people don't understand. There is nothing like IPOB commanders. These are what people don't understand. IPOB has no commanders. Okay, if you say ESN commanders, it's understood. But IPOB have no commander. We have principal officers. We have coordinators, unit coordinators, regional reps. This is our structure. There is nothing like IPOB commanders. What are they talking? These are all misinformation. They say they are linking IPOB commanders to this Woto crony in Finland. They even connect some Hausa people. Say they are Iswa. I will read that news here so that you people will understand what is happening and what Nigerian government is about to do. During when they were threatening churches, we came on radio here and said, on no account should anybody threaten the church. Most of you did not understand. Some of you were supported. Said they were calling pastors. And you see today, they are using it on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That they were threatening pastors. What Epima was doing while Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was in detention. That is what they are using to link Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And I want to say something for every one of us, for those who are not listening. Do not be deceived by names calling, the names they call. Don't be deceived. You know, when they call them something for you so that you take it lightly, they call themselves autopilot. Autopilot, you just see the name normal, you love it. Autopilot. But look at what they have, what they cost on our land. You don't see the name of that. They didn't give a name that looks horrible. Just the same way they did to Boko Haram. You know, people do not understand. Many of our people do not understand that Boko Haram is a guy name. It is not the real. Forget about. People will tell you it is. People will say Boko Haram is Western education is sin. That is how the Hausa people, because the Hausa people were the main target of Boko Haram. The Hausa people are the Christians. Many of Hausa people, I don't mean that all of them, but if today, most of you will realize that 30% of all these northern states, some 40, they are Christians. You never knew. And the places the Boko Haram were attacking were the Christian communities. So the Hausa people call them Boko Haram, meaning Western, because their way of life, it is even Boko Haram don't like that name. That is what people don't Haram mention their name, you will understand their purpose. Because the original name of Boko Haram is Jamaat al-Sunni al-Dawa al-Jihad. So the moment you hear al-Sunni al-Jihad, you already know this group is all about. You already know that it means a jihad movement. When you hear that, this is because it's in Arabic. It is in Arabic where they say they are Jamaat al-Sunnah al-Dawa al-Jihad. This is in Arabic language. But if you translate it in English language, it means association of people of the Sunnah for preaching and jihad. Or you say people committed to the Prophet's teaching for propagation and jihad. That is the full meaning. So if you say their original name, Al-Sunni al-Dawal al-Jihad, so immediately you hear jihad, you know what jihad is. But they now coin the name. They tune it down to become a stylish name, just like Woto Crony and Autopilot. They use that name, Boko Haram. Some of you love the name Boko Haram, Boko Haram. That is what people call them on the street because they are strict. They don't want them to go to school. They don't want them to go to church. They are attacking them. The Boko Haram name continue. It become a name that in your presence, it is just looking a name. But in reality, it is a jihadist movement. When Mazi Nnamdi is talking about they are coming. They are coming. It is this group. When they tell you propagation of jihad, this is their real name. Al-Jamaat, Al-Sunni, Al-Dawal, Al-Jihad. This is a jihad movement. For you, you call it Boko Haram, Boko Haram. Every time Boko Haram, you think when you call it Boko Haram, oh, they say Western education is sin. No. Even Boko Haram themselves don't like you call them Boko Haram. They don't like it. They feel you are degrading them. Using that kind of name. One thing is that why they don't call themselves Jazz? Because if you put in their, then they say Jamaat, Jamaatu, Al-Sunnah, Ladwati, Wal-Jihad. This is their name. In 2016, they divided into two. In 2016, that time Mazi Nnamdi was still in detention. He was still in detention in Abuja. They divided into two. That is how ISWAP, the Islamic State of West African Province, rose. You see what they did last time in Lake Chad Basin. They killed themselves. Two rivals who will control the Lake Chad Basin. Most of these things our people don't understand. The name Boko Haram is a deception. Call them by their name. It is a jihadist movement. That is why Christians, when they tell you the Muslims are being killed, which Muslims? They are killing the Shia. The ones of, because most of the Hausa people are Shia. What they call this man, the one that they were, Zalzaki. Zalzaki movement is a Shia. That is why you see the government is also persecuting them. And they are coming to our place. As they have sentenced Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, most of you did not know that in these few days Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was going on, they were bombing everywhere because last time ESN went to shift some Fulani herdsmen that were encroaching into Anambra. They were in Enugu. Imagine all this killing they were killing. The military will use their helicopter to go and attack ESN because they are confronting with the Fulani herdsmen. Most of you did not know. Sometimes it's not that the leadership we are fools. Certain things is to bring it to your knowledge that this is what is happening. So you don't sleep, and they slip off. They come and kill you. Certain information we drop in the social media is to wake you from slumber. So that some of you say, nothing is happening, nothing is happening. Imagine a country where we are living, you are a Christian, you go to the church, you will be adopted in the church. You will be killed, massacred in the church. You go to the farm, same terrorist people will come to the farm, destroy your farm crops, kill you, rape your women, and nobody says anything. They are heavily armed. You are traveling along the road, they will kidnap you, take ransom. If you fail, they can they can kill you and dump your body over there. On the road, police are there extorting you, trying to extort you. Extrajudicial killings is normal for them. This is the country we are living. And I'm telling you people, you see two things are happening in Biafra land, in Nigeria now. The jail, the sentence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and the Christian genocide. While the world is, their beef is on Nigeria. Nigeria is planning to cause a crisis in Biafra land, to distract, to inform the world. You see, they are lying. They are trying to say IPOB is the one who played this propaganda. Let me tell you people something. It is our duty to expose the evil being committed in Nigeria. And I used to tell people that. Tell us, why do you, you're right, you talk too much. Yes, we will talk. The one that needs talking, we will talk. Some of you are busy looking who to attack. But when I was pushing this message, they have engaged us with the Woto rubbish, the Southeast. These killings have been going on. But everybody's supposed to know that since Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was rendition, we were fighting to make sure we survived, that IPOB never collapses. That is what we have been doing. Then when we get a free period, after Eperima was jailed, was arrested, in January, we start to push some of these reports. The killings in our place, the killings in the north. We start to bring it to the world notice. Because Nigeria will keep you busy. You will ask yourself, why did they sentence Mazi Nnamdi Kanu this time? Because they want me and you to react negatively. They want us to come on the street. What we are going to do is in our hearts. We know this game. We have become matured enough to predict what they want to do. You know now, America is on net. They want confusion. They can, so that they know that they are going to push a new set of people who we said we don't agree. Yeah, the gentleman is in the Kanu because they are looking for an opportunity to even put more, they don't want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to come out. But we must continue to present Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's subject to the world. There will be questions. If they don't release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they won't travel places. Time is coming. They must provide him. Nothing up to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If they like to, it is how we operate that we question Nigerian government. As you see, they are pushing them now, trying to sanction them, seize their properties everywhere because of the genocide. That is how we ask them about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They must use him. He is a prisoner of conscience. I want every Biafra, make sure you listen. If you don't have Radio Biafra, go and download. Get this. Already set out the mercenaries. They want America to know that IPOB is also, with this government, IPOB is also causing problem. IPOB is not causing problem. They are setting up those agent provocateurs to cause problem in our place. And that is what they have planned now they want to do. Before the judgment, you see they surround Mazi Nnamdi Kanu home. The early morning of yesterday, they have already made out, thinking when they make the judgment, people start marching towards Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You see killings. They will tell you the people want to snatch gun from Mazi Nnamdi. They want to snatch, IPOB members want to snatch gun from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, from the policemen. That is why they kill. But they stayed there yesterday and become disappointed. They became disappointed. Some of them are thinking that since yesterday that we're supposed to start learning things. Anybody giving you this advice, he don't like what we are doing. You don't want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu alive. Because they will now dish out people. In the Gaga video, not somewhere. If we will 5 people, they gather. If do this thing, we are going to do this, we are going to. They are sending them to do them. When they do those things, those people to commit something, they say, you see, this IPOB, and I want to implore every IPOB media, every IPOB sympathizer, every one of you on social media, those things are not coming from IPOB and will never come from IPOB. If you see such rubbish, debunk it, counter it, and make sure that you explain to people. Don't say, I am confused. No, not confused. Only that you are not well equipped with information. That is why you say you are confused. That is why you will say you are confused. Nobody is confused. You can be in this struggle these years. You tell us that you are confused. It doesn't happen and it can't happen. So what I am saying is everybody must. We are entering into a new stage of battle by the Nigerian government. A new stage that they have now planned all they want to do. If you watch at what they tried to do yesterday, let me come to that news so that some of you will know. Tomorrow you said, I am confused. Nobody told. They said the DSS, 7 alleged IPOB commanders linked to is the DSS. This is all lies. They said they dragged these guys to the court. Listen very well. The DSS has filed terrorism charges against 7 alleged commanders of the indigenous people of Biafra. Number 1, there is nothing like IPOB commanders. IPOB is the body that moves this movement, champion this movement. Let me explain it for those who don't understand. Even some of the media people, they're not in Nigeria now, call nonsense. None of them, most of the people talking on social media, none of them have come to even IPOB leadership. Only some educational, there are some people running their research in the universities that do come to IPOB to get the real fact. But you see all these social media, all these media people, they don't. You know the kind of news they carry? Have you ever seen the leadership of IPOB make a test or make an official statement? The Nigerian media will carry it. Have you ever seen it? Have you ever seen the IPOB leadership will release a memo? The news media will carry it. They will not, because they know it's coming from the main body, the movement. Instead, who they will carry? Who they will carry? They tweet that these ambulance lawyers are writing that they know it is junk, that it is pure junk. When those people write their junk on Twitter, they go and lift it and tell you this is what it is. You think they don't know what they are doing? You think they don't know? Because they want to spread rubbish. They want to make IPOB look like IPOB is nothing. But the official stand of IPOB, like as I have read the official stand of IPOB, they won't carry it because they know it has a weight. Because they know when they carry it, it will be there in their archives. International communities can always find it and found out that IPOB, this was their stand. They are not violent. Even when they have sentenced their leader to life imprisonment, that they are not violent. This press statement I read here today, it is very important. That is why I said Everybody published this press statement. We are going to release the original copy. Why is very important is what? Tomorrow they are going to start violence. They'll tell you it is IPOB, but this is our official stand. You know who they will go and pick his tweet? They may go and pick the Twitter of siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They will go and pick what Aloye Jimako or what this. Sometimes some of them don't know they are making caricature of them. I saw this one they call Maxwell talking on AIT. Rubbish. Sometimes they don't know they bring them to mock them, for them to display their stupidity. They don't know. But this official stand of IPOB, they will never publish it because it will be there in archive. If some international community want to search through the open source, they will find this stand. They will say, no, IPOB said that they don't accept this thing. They say they are not into violence. They don't want this. They want those ones who will threaten the Nigerian government, those Woto cronies. Check all the threats people have made for over 4 years. Have they been able to achieve anything? They have not. They have not. But look at how we push the crimes of Nigeria. Then the world is listening. The world is listening. Look at a whole minister of foreign affairs. They ask him on an international stage. A disgrace. He said, they asked him, this from Morgan Show, they asked him, tell us, from 2009 to 2025, how many Christians has been killed? From 2009 to 2025, how many, we are talking about here, almost how many years? 2009.
Years, 16 years.
For 16 years, Mazi, a home minister of foreign affairs, he said on a live show, they look at him. You see that lady called him a liar. He said, you are a liar. They disgrace him. That's why he cannot go to America. Because look at who is a minister. Independent organizations are in Nigeria. Open Doors.
That is the best Nigeria can provide. That is what we are seeing in Nigeria. To be a foreign minister, honestly.
To be a foreign minister. Mazi, people don't know sometimes they bring you on the television show to make mockery of you. They don't know. That is like a Finnish Mazi Nnamdi case. You see these ones running to television to talk. What are you talking? What are you talking? You are talking when you have disgraced yourself, you have done all the rubbish you have done. You think, what are you, some of them that are playing, they don't even know IPOB. None of them know how IPOB operates. All the lawyers, they simply...
Mazi, remember Maxwell went to Malaga, Spain and started insulting the leadership of IPOB, insulting IPOB.
Mazi, not only in Spain, he went to Austria.
Yes, Austria also, yes.
Insulting the leadership of IPOB, he gathered and insulted the IPOB. We kept silent. Mazi, why we didn't take that subject very serious? Not that we didn't take it serious, we just exposed it. It is now, because the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was there, we have a kind of little respect. From now onward. From now. Because they have done their worst, and we are going to teach them a lesson if they don't take time. Because they come and talk rubbish. That was where he said that they will. Did you hear what he said on the AIT program? He said that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not sack them. They are the one that remove. You know, he said it in also that if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu if guy no do this thing, say they will remove themselves. After you remove yourself, you now go and stand at the back as a consultant. Are you not stupid? You say you remove yourself from the case. Then you say you went and he didn't sack you, but you remove yourself. You go and now stood in the court. They don't know that when James or Motosho tell them, stand up, where are they? They don't know they are making mockery of them. Stand up. These are the lawyers. Are you people competent? James Omotoshe was asking Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I beg you in the name of God, go and look for a lawyer, criminal lawyers. Not everybody that is claiming, because he see them, he saw them. He told them, stand up. Where are you? Because if you didn't tell them stand up, they will not stand up. Lawyers defending a high-profile case. Disgrace the struggle and lawyers. Biafrans, the DSS said they have done what? Rearranged 7 IPOB commanders. That's where I am. There is nothing like IPOB, that they are linked, that they are receiving funds from Simon Epa, the Finland agitator, who is currently serving sentence for 6 terror-related offenses. The suspects according to the court document, the accused persons were identified as IPOB commanders, armed couriers from Eastern Security Network. There is nothing like IPOB commanders. And the foot soldiers who allegedly received funds and material support from Simon Epa and other foreign-based members of the group. Simon Epa is not an IPOB member. He has never been, and he is not. We continue to say it, you like it or not. Then they said another person, listen to very well. These are IPOB commanders, so these are the people. They say, and one of the defendants, who is an IPOB commander, his name is Ibrahim Ali Larabo, described as illegal immigrant from the Niger Republic. Now, they are connecting IPOB that we have people from Niger Republic. Biafrans, have you now seen that stage video they use? Have you now understood the stage video where they were saying one guy was rolling on the ground? They say it's Tinas and Woru that send us. You bring Awusa people. Have you now seen it? Biafrans, are you seeing it? That he bring many Awusa people. They are here. There is in Okiwe. You have you seen it? Now DSS say that one of IPOB commanders who are working, he's from Niger Republic, that his name is Ibrahim Ali. If you don't have this publication, it was published yesterday. They brought these people to court on 19th and 20th. They sentenced Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Go and see this publication and counter this kind of rubbish. Ibrahim Ali Larabo, described as an illegal immigrant from Niger Republic, that he's alleging he is working for us as a bureau de change without license. And he acts as a financial conduit for IPOB operations in the southeast, Biafrans. Somebody from Niger Republic who is operating as a financial conduit. But Biafrans, I have come on radio. If all of you have forgotten, I told you that these criminals in Okiwe, in Olo, they were working with some Hausa people. When they take ransom, they send it. These Hausa people are people they are working with. These criminals. Those are the people, when they take ransom money, they give him, he gave them money in dollars. He was doing his illegal business. I said it on Radio Biafra. The guy is operating in Okibo, all those places, they are selling Lobanta, all these people, they are selling cows. Before Gentle was arrested, the DSS busted his home where he kept his wife and his children. They found $200,000 and the millions of nairas and land documents. These were the guys, they were all working together. The man is only selling money for them. And now they say the man is an IPOB member. The DSS said that Larabo received and disbursed large sums of funds used to finance attack. Somebody from Niger Republic. Somebody from Niger Republic who is doing exchange for the people that are dealing with cows, all these Fulanese that are making cows, selling cows in Lobanta. That is where that guy used to be. All those Fulanis that also, when they do kidnapping, this man used to collect money. You know that there are many people from Nigeria who are coming into our place as Fulani herdsmen, who are among these criminals. People from Nigeria Republic, they are in our place conducting attacks. These are people that they use. When they collect their ransom, they give them, the guys send money for them in Nigeria, transfer their money to Nigeria. These are the people DSS now use to link them to IPOB. These are the people. They said also, this in a statement released by Deputy Director of Public Relations Commission, Favour Dozier, who disclosed that the DSS has successfully persecuted Ismaili Aka Mai Tangaran, the terrorist who coordinated the 2012 attack on the police headquarters in Bombay, Kanu State, and other critical facilities, resulting in many injuries. Now, they are connecting somebody in 2012 as one of the IPOB linked to IPOB. His name is Ismaili. That he was sentenced by Emeka Wite in Federal High Court. The trial, which began in 2017, ended on 18 November when justice pronounced his verdict. Ismaili, one of the leaders of the Islamic State of West Africa, ISWAP, was convicted on the 4-count charges brought against him by the Department of the DSS under Terrorism and Prevention Act. He was sentenced to 15 years in relation to count 120, and the sentence are to run concurrently. These are people, these people use to link them to IPOB. These are people, they said, they now start to call names of people. They use these people that are Hausas who have terrorists, ISWAP members. They try to bring them together with some IPOB, one IPOB person. What is his name? I don't know what they call the guy. They say this IPOB commander, they just link all of them to IPOB through Simon Eba. They call IPOB commanders through Simon Eba. People that they are dealing with collecting money. Why I am saying these things, Biafrans, we have to wake up. What I want you people to do, it is the work of IPOB. We shall heal those who were killed. Yes, it is because of this agitation. That is what I want Biafrans to understand. To those people in Olo, in Okiwe, in all these places that lost their life, I have only one message for you people. Nobody is denying that people are not killed in your area. But I am making it very clear. The earlier we stand on the truth, those pain, those wounds will heal. The moment we understand that the leadership of IPOB and IPOB has no hand, even you, all of you knew. None of you can say that Chinasa won, Chike Dozie, you put your phone. In all these people committing crimes in your area, you cannot say that Chinasa won or the DOS or Chike Dozie is linked to any of these people. You cannot also claim that you don't know that we have continually fought these criminals. You cannot claim that. You cannot claim that IPOB members are not violent. Do not play the devil's advocate. You know the truth, but because somebody is engineering you, crimes are committed, well accepted, criminals. You yourself, all of you knew when you are giving your amnesty, you are also specifying it. No more, the kidnappers, those who do this, you all know all of them. You know people ran under, and you never mention those. You see videos of people who claim they are Biafra Liberation Army. Videos of people who claim they are Biafra Liberation Army. They are this. I've never seen you people write that Biafra Liberation Army. All those people that you were catching, you see them. Gentle is in you people's hand. I don't know whether he's still alive. But you never one day call him Biafra Liberation Army. You will call him IPOB, linked to Nnamdi Kanu, linked to Simon Ekpa. These are the wrong perceptions you people are giving out to the public. These are the wrong messages. You can do these things, but I am also looking ahead. None of us is going to be immortal. Do not create a kind of enmity, because none of you will stop the restoration of Biafra. Something bigger will come, more than those things you will. It will swallow those narratives you people are talking about. In the near future, people will say, you steal people from Olo, they were all saboteurs against Biafra. It is not so. People will not tell the story, the pain you have undergone that makes you, but because of wrong narratives. Just like what happened in Asaba. The Nigerian government killed our people. The narrative turned around and make our people from that side to hate and deny their identity. Nobody ever told them that the reason why we were being killed, even some of these people from our brothers in Delta State, nobody will even tell them that Chukwu Makaduna Nzogu was from Opanam. You meet some people from Opanam, they tell you we don't like people, they bring the war, but nobody is telling them it was because of the coup of Chukwu Nzogu that leads to the massacre and millions of Biafrans. Because of the coup Chukwu Nzogu carried out, our Igbo people, which is people, were massacred in the north. Nobody is telling this story. The story is they now see the Igbo, their other brothers across the Niger, as their enemies, when we are the one that suffered the pain. And that is what I don't want to happen in Olo, in Okibe. A pain is committed against you people. People were killed in this area. We are not denying that fact. If anybody is talking, the leadership of IPOB recognize that people were killed in this area. Nobody can deny the fact. But these people were killed by criminals, and the people were used to make sure they project this Biafra freedom as a violent movement, as it is not about the Biafra struggle, to implant that hate against the freedom of your own people. That's why I said, sometimes, tell yourself the truth. And you're not saying it to impress me. These days, information cannot be hidden any longer. Those times, there was no internet. Nobody will hear the message. Today, what some of the narrative some of you are putting down, in the next 50 years, people will tap in the system. Then we found it. They will use it against your own people. Sometimes people will not see what we found out in social media. That time some people may pay money, they will lower the voices of those who would have explained. Like in social media, you see, go to Google, they will lower the defense of IPOB, they lower them in the feed. If you search it, you won't find it. You will search before you find them. Most of you don't know, if you go to Google, go to some of these search engines, the Nigerian government pays to make sure their own narrative should be the first top 10 or 20, first top 10 of their own narrative. That is why you bring it out, you see the cable, you see this, you see that, you see this, you see that. What I am saying, our brothers in Olo, in Okibe, it is time we correct the narrative. People will come out to show with hatred within Nnamdi Kanu. Do not allow the personal hatred you have Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to ruin your own people. It is very, very important. You have a personal hatred on Nnamdi Kanu, and you are using it to spread it everywhere to every Biafran. They are looking at you. They are looking at you. You may be talking in some place. Even I see some people, that place you are going talking, the people you are talking to, they don't like what you are talking. But they are all quiet, looking at you. But they are not happy with you. What is this guy talking about? This is human behavior. You pick up a microphone, you start talking against the Biafran people, talking about IPOB, because it's not that you have problem with IPOB. You hate Nnamdi Kanu. You are causing a problem for yourself. For IPOB, you cannot do anything. IPOB is a movement. It is not an individual. Imagine Nigerian government crying that between July and October, that IPOB is pushing messages that are reaching over 2.83 billion people. It is on research. It's from Cable. Go to Cable and found it out. That when IPOB gather in their media coverage, we have an outreach 12 times the population of Nigeria. These things you're supposed to understand. Our target is not you. We are not targeting you as an individual. We are targeting the international community to expose what is happening in Nigeria. And there is only one people that can do it, IPOB. Nobody has that outreach. CNN, BBC, all of them don't have that reach. Every one of them, if you don't pay them salary, they will stop posting tomorrow. But IPOB members, IPOB media, we have been posting for decades. Nobody pays us. Nobody pays us. We don't do advertisement. Nobody gives some of us money for the internet. That's to show you it is passion. It is very important in our life. Whatever we are doing, it is for the restoration of Biafra. One thing I will say this evening, and I want everybody to take this home. The sentencing of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to life imprisonment, it is not accepted. IPOB leadership and IPOB worldwide, we condemn this particular judgment, and we are not going to fold our hands and watch. We are taking this case up, and the way it will go, it must come out that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will be freed. I want every Biafra from this night onward, if you have not been listening to Radio Biafra, go back and put Radio Biafra, because that is where we are going to be disseminating our informations, our original informations. And I can tell you, today, all these people who were putting confusion, they have come to an end. That is how you know that truth always stands. Had it been the leadership, we are not sensible enough. Nobody will be talking about IPOB today. Nobody. Who will talk about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu had it been they destroy IPOB? Before IPOB goes to the court, voluntarily, people go to the court. If you don't pay them, everybody heading to the court until the lawyers want to make it personal. They bring it to the Kanus. The siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu begin to attack everybody. You become their enemy. People start to go back. People, until themselves, because for them, it is business. Until they start looking for money, that they will pay people to come to Abuja. If you are in Abuja, they give you 50,000. You are coming from, because everything is about money. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu court case, the government is watching the body language. They know when they have destroyed the crowd coming to support Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They knew. That is why it is easy to sentence Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because they know they have broken all the system. Some of them have engaged in fraud. Some of them have engaged in criminality. They have no mouth. They just come and say, ta, 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 they go home. Ta, 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 they go home. After they talk to you, finish, they go, Nupumango, Nabuja there, Jera Pepe Soup, Umono bottle of beer, my hair, Akworo Haka. Some of you a Toha. And today, we are expecting them to be giving us updates from Sokoto. That is what we expect. We expect them to be giving us updates. It is from today. Today, Kaigama, those. No, we will see those who will pay money from their pocket to go to Sokoto. We will see those who will speak for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from today. Some of them, they are disturbing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the prison. They are taking money from him in the prison. I will do this for you. I want to buy this equipment. I want to do this. A man in the prison. Because they may not get it from us. Because their lives. I say, they have lied and lied and lied to stupor. Pathological liars. And they have seen where it have landed us. Mazi Chinedu, I will come to the end of this program. But one thing I want Biafrans to know, we are moving forward. We are moving forward. And how we are moving will guarantee the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Do not come to ask us. Now, most of you have learned. You have learned. And most of you are not seeing it, that Eberima have been used and sentenced Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to life imprisonment. Himself got 6 years in Finland. And we will make sure that we bring him, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will not suffer this alone. We will make sure after he finished his sentence, he will be deported to Nigeria. If we cannot, Nigeria must take that criminal, because imagine somebody, his crime have led to give Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to life imprisonment, and himself have 6 years. He have already spent 1 year. In 5 years' time, those who contracted him will give him money. He will come out and start telling you again, Biafra, woto. Some of you run, forgotten that they have used him and sent the leader to a life imprisonment. Because they play you people like kids. If they not place people like us, they say we are stubborn. They said, because we have come. It's sabotage, a collective effort because of your own personal interest. If you are behaving in that way, respect yourself. Know that this is a movement of the people, and for the people, every one of us. My name remains Mazi Sanwo-Olu. I have the indigenous of Biafra as a member of the Directorate of State, and I hail from Obingwa. Obingwa is an Aba prophet.
Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media, IPOB press release, 1st October 2025. IPOB commends U.S. designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern, calls for independent inquiry into TUNU religious killings in Igboland. The indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, under the able leadership of our Supreme Leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, warmly welcomes the recent designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern by the government of the United States. This development comes on the heels of the Canadian Court's landmark designation of the All Progressives Congress, APC, and the People's Democratic Party, PDP, as terror-enabling organizations. The noble IPOB family extends profound gratitude to President Donald J. Trump, Senator Ted Cruz, and to all patriotic Biafrans and friends of Biafra in the United States who have relentlessly championed this noble cause. Their courageous advocacy has brought global attention to the evil of religious persecution, state-sponsored violence, and sectarian killings that have long plagued Nigeria, particularly targeting the Christian and Igbo populations. This recognition is not merely symbolic, It represents a moral victory for justice, truth, and the sanctity of human life. By calling out the Nigerian state's complicity in ethnic and religious violence, the international community has helped save countless lives that would otherwise have been lost to orchestrated insecurity and genocidal attacks. However, IPOB insists that the work of the US government and the broader international community is far from complete. There remains an urgent need for an independent international inquiry into the root causes of persistent ethno-religious killings and insecurity in Igboland. Such an inquiry is essential to unmask the perpetrators, financiers, and political enablers behind these heinous acts, and to ensure that justice is done in accordance with international human rights law. We salute the unyielding courage and resilience of all Biafrans worldwide, especially the exceptional advocacy of American veterans of Igbo descent, AVID, ambassadors for self-determination, along with other advocates of liberty around the world who've continued to speak against tyranny, impunity, and the ongoing genocide against our people and northern Nigeria Christian communities. History will remember your courage. Relief shall at last come to the people of the long-suffering peoples of the Middle Belt region as a result of this designation. Once again, we commend all members of this great IPOB family for their unwavering determination in pursuit of freedom rooted in liberty for all. All of you played a part in this significant diplomatic milestone. Together, we have taken another step towards truth, justice, and the restoration of the dignity of all peoples trapped in this Lugardian contraption called Nigeria. Signed, Comrade Emma, Powerful Media and Publicity, Secretary Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB. Date 1st November 2025. Thanks for listening. Please don't forget to support the ESN at www.ipob.org. Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media, IPOB Press Release, November 24th, 2025. IPOB did not cause the insecurity and mortality in the East. Orji Uzor is a liar and a distracted individual. The worldwide family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, denounced the irresponsible and false claim from Senator Orji Uzor that 30,000 individuals lost their lives due to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's activism in the southeast region. This declaration arises from a malevolent spirit and a person who has chosen to barter his kin for selfish political gain. IPOB is extremely upset and enraged by Orji Uzor's false statements, as his assertions are entirely fabricated and part of a deliberate campaign to undermine IPOB and MNK. The insecurity, fatalities, and devastation that occurred in the East were orchestrated by the Nigerian government and certain Eastern politicians to blackmail IPOB and ESN. The IPOB struggle has remained non-violent despite the Nigerian government employing infamous security forces to arrest, torture, forcibly disappear, and carry out extrajudicial killings of numerous IPOB members. The evidence shows that IPOB and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have consistently been targets of military aggression, violence, and killings backed by the state. The Nigerian government and its corrupt politicians like Orji Uzor are as malicious as they come, accountable for all the insecurity, unidentified gunmen in the East, and the terrorists throughout the nation. IPOB has demanded impartial investigations into the violence and deaths occurring in the southeast since 2015. Unfortunately, to this day, the disgraced government and its infamous politicians have yet to permit an independent investigation. They are aware of the murderers. Just as the northern elites are involved in the terrorist activities in the north, certain eastern politicians, especially those in the APC party, are complicit in the insecurity affecting the southeast. It is regrettable that Orji Uzor Kalu was one of those who colluded with Tinubu's government to confine Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in isolation in Sokoto prison, allowing them to disseminate falsehoods about him and the IPOB he leads. It is clear to all and sundry that Dr. Orji Uzor Kalu employed the feared Bakassi boys and slaughtered over 100,000 Igbo youths extrajudicially in Abia State and the southeast region, while he was governor of Abia State. During Uzor Kalu's tenure as governor of Abia State for 8 years, remains an economic and security burden to this day. He plundered the state's treasury and is facing an indefinite trial with the EFCC. Each act of blackmail against IPOB was a component of his prior agreement with the federal government aimed at aiding in the destruction of IPOB. In 2015, during our leader's detention, he made a repugnant attempt to eliminate IPOB and was unsuccessful. He was one of those who orchestrated the abduction and extraordinary rendition of our leader. Orji Uzor Kalu poses a political risk and is a mass killer. Eventually, the crimes he carried out as a governor in Abia State by exploiting the Bakassi Boys' revolutionary movement against his political adversaries will be revealed. He can do anything to satisfy every governing party to hide his wrongdoings, but prosperity will ultimately be the final judge. Orji's statements reveal that he was part of the group that pressured Justice James Omotosho to impose a severely unjust sentence on MNK for advocating for his people's freedom. The citizens of Biafra ought to inquire about Orji Uzor Kalu's reasons for undermining his brother Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. IPOB demands that Orji Uzor Kalu present proof for his assertions. As far as Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB are involved, we bear no responsibility for the deaths of any Igbo individuals or the destruction of enterprises in the East since 2015. Regrettably, to this day, the disgraced government and its infamous politicians have never permitted an independent inquiry. They are aware of the murderers, just as the northern elites are involved in the terrorist activities in the north. Certain eastern politicians, especially those in the APC party and some governors, are complicit in the insecurity in the southeast. It is regrettable that Orji Uzor Kalu, for whom Mazi Nnamdi Kanu fervently advocated during his imprisonment by the Nigerian government for embezzling Abia state funds, collaborated with the government to sentence him and target him in his quest for liberation from political oppression. A leopard can never change its spots. A traitor shall always be a traitor. Orji Uzor Kalu must remember that he is a former convict, and his struggles aren't finished, since the record of his offences will eventually be revealed. It has become clear that Senator Orji was one of those who colluded with APC's and Tinubu's government to imprison Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in Sokoto without communication, allowing them to fabricate falsehoods about him. Dr. Orji Uzor Kalu employed the feared Bakassi Boys and executed over 100,000 Igbo youths outside of the legal system in Abia State and the southeast region while serving as governor of Abia State. Orji Uzor Kalu, ex-governor of Abia State for 8 years, has remained an economic and security burden until now. He pillaged the state's treasury and is facing an ongoing trial with the EFCC. All blackmail directed at IPOB was part of his prior agreement with the federal government to aid in dismantling IPOB. In 2015, during our leader's detention, he made a troubling attempt to dismantle IPOB and could not succeed. He was one of those who organized the abduction and extraordinary rendition of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to Nigeria. IPOB urges Orji Uzor Kalu to present proof of his assertions. As far as Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB are involved, we bear no responsibility for the death of any Igbo individual or the damage to businesses in the East. The leader and members of IPOB have consistently been targets of assaults, extrajudicial killings, forced disappearances, and judicial attacks by state-sponsored security forces. Comrade Emma, Powerful Media and Publicity, Secretary for the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB. Please don't forget to support the ESN at www.ipob.org. Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media, IPOB Press Release, 30th October 2025. NBA should kindly tell the world under what law Nnamdi Kanu is being tried. Instead of renting washed-out and poorly lettered individuals who parade themselves on television and social media to comment on matters far above their understanding, the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, should do one very simple thing, since the court has refused to do it. Let the NBA, as the supposed guardian of legal conscience in Nigeria, tell the world under what extant and subsisting law Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is being tried today. Just one question, not two, not three. Under what law? Because the last time we checked, the law under which he was allegedly charged has been repealed, and the court itself seems too shy or too complicit to admit that elementary fact. So instead of entertaining retired commentators, recycled legal analysts, and political errand boys who can barely interpret a traffic sign, the NBA should kindly step forward and help Nigerians understand what law is actually in operation here. If the judiciary won't say it, the NBA should, unless, of course, they too have decided that rule of law is now a suggestion, not a standard. We are not asking for magic. We are asking for truth, the same truth the NBA once claimed to defend. The world is watching, and history is taking notes. Comrade Emma Powerful, spokesperson, media and publicity, Secretary for the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB. Thanks for listening. Please don't forget to support the ESN at www.ipob.org. Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media. In a legal showdown that could single-handedly dismantle the federal government's entire case, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, representing himself, delivered a masterclass in constitutional law that has left the prosecution reeling. The scene was the Federal High Court in Abuja, but the stakes are a question that strikes at the very heart of Nigeria's justice system. Can you be tried for a crime that doesn't exist? What unfolded was not a mere procedural hearing. It was a systematic dismantling of the government's charges brick by brick, citing repealed laws, international treaties and binding Supreme Court precedents. This isn't just about one man. It's about the rule of law itself. Here is the full, explosive breakdown. The dramatic court hearing centered on a series of fundamental legal motions filed by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is acting as his own counsel. His argument was simple yet devastating. The prosecution's case is built on a foundation of sand, relying on laws that have been formally repealed and no longer exist in the Nigerian legal statute books. Kanu invoked a powerful arsenal of legal instruments, Sections 36(1) and 36(12) of the 1999 Constitution, as amended, the Evidence Act. 2011, the Terrorism, Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022, TPPA 2022. His central contention is that the prosecution's charge sheet is fatally flawed, relying on the Customs and Excise Management Act, CEMA, which was explicitly repealed and replaced by the Nigerian Customs Service Act 2023. Similarly, he argued they rely on the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013, which was wholly repealed and replaced by the newer comprehensive TPPA 2022, the constitutional bomb, Section 36(12), and the non-existent offense. This is where Kanu's argument strikes its most powerful blow. He directly challenged the court with a constitutional question rooted in Section 36(12) of the 1999 Constitution, which is a cornerstone of justice in any democracy. This section unequivocally states, "A person shall not be convicted of a criminal offense unless that offense is defined, and the penalty therefore is prescribed in a written law." Kanu's legal logic is inescapable. The prosecution is using charges based on repealed laws. A repealed law is, for all intents and purposes, a non-existent law. Therefore, the offences they are alleging are not defined in any existing written law. Consequently, to proceed with a trial on these charges would be a direct and grievous violation of the supreme law of the land, the Nigerian Constitution. He therefore urged the court, as the guardian of the Constitution, to strike out the charges in their entirety, insisting they do not constitute any offence known to law. Binding precedents and judicial notice, the Supreme Court's command. Kanu did not stop at a theoretical constitutional argument. He fortified his position with binding judicial precedents, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of legal hierarchy. He cited the Supreme Court's decision in FRN versus Nnamdi Kanu, SC CR 136/2022, arguing that lower courts are bound to take judicial notice of repealed laws as stipulated under Section 122 of the Evidence Act 2011. The argument here is procedural yet fatal. If a court fails to acknowledge that a law has been repealed, especially when it has been formally brought to its attention, it is operating on a false premise. Kanu asserted that such a failure renders all proceedings void, meaning any judgment stemming from such an error would be legally stillborn and subject to being overturned on appeal. He further bolstered this point with other landmark decisions. Ayoko versus Fagbemi, 1961. 1. All NLR 400. A classic case establishing that a conviction cannot stand if it is not based on a valid existing law. FRN versus Ifegwu, 2023, 15 NWLR Trace, 1842, page Action 13. A more recent affirmation that convictions based on non-existent or improperly applied laws are fundamentally null and void. This creates a powerful narrative. The government is not just wrong on the facts, but it is asking the court to make a decision that the Supreme Court has already declared illegal. The international law violation. The Kenya extraterritoriality problem. In a stunning revelation that expands this case beyond Nigeria's borders, Kanu challenged the very jurisdiction of the court over allegations related to his alleged activities in Kenya. He invoked Section 76(1) DEC of the TPPA 2022, which contains a critical safeguard for extraterritorial jurisdiction. This section requires that for an offense allegedly committed outside Nigeria to be tried within Nigeria, the conduct must also constitute an offense under the laws of the country where it was committed, and this must be validated by a certificate from the Attorney General of that foreign nation. Kanu's legal team argues that the prosecution has failed to provide any such certificate or validation from Kenyan courts or its Attorney General. This omission, he contends, is not a minor technicality. It nullifies the cost of extraterritorial jurisdiction and represents a blatant breach of Article 7 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, Ratification and Enforcement Act, which guarantees every individual the right to have their cause heard, including by a legally competent court. The ultimate constitutional argument, the Supremacy Clause. Weaving all these threads together, Kanu returned to the foundational principle of the Nigerian state, constitutional supremacy. He cited sections 1.1 and 1.3 of the 1999 Constitution, which state, "This Constitution is supreme, and its provisions shall have binding force on all authorities and persons throughout the Federal Republic of Nigeria. If any other law is inconsistent with the provisions of this Constitution shall prevail, and that other law shall, to the extent of the inconsistency, be void." His argument is a syllogism. The Constitution, S. 3612, prohibits trials for undefined offences. The prosecution is trying him using repealed and thus undefined laws. Therefore, the prosecution's actions are inconsistent with the Constitution. Under Section 1-3, those actions are void. The final demand and the countdown to November 4th. Concluding his landmark submission, Nnamdi Kanu made clear time-bound demands of the court. He asked the court to direct the prosecution to respond to his motions strictly on points of law within 3 days. He demanded a ruling on or before November 4, 2025. He clarified that his application raises purely constitutional and legal questions derived from existing valid laws, and therefore does not require supporting affidavits, as it is a matter of law, not fact. The courtroom was left in a state of legal suspense. What Nnamdi Kanu has achieved is to frame the upcoming November 4th hearing not as a routine date in his long-running trial, but as a referendum on the Nigerian judiciary's willingness to uphold its own constitution against executive overreach. If the court agrees with his arguments, the entire case against him could evaporate. If it ignores them, it risks creating a constitutional crisis and affirming the fears of many that the rule of law is negotiable. This is no longer just the case of FRN versus Nnamdi Kanu. It is the case of the Constitution versus political persecution. Thanks for listening. Please don't forget to support the ESN at www.ipob.org. Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media. Headline: Urgent Alert, Midnight Abductions, Rock Biafra Land. Here's how to stay safe. Fellow Biafrans, this is not a drill. A dangerous and coordinated wave of state-sponsored terror is sweeping through our land under the cover of darkness. While you sleep, the Nigerian DSS and military are on a ruthless campaign, targeting and kidnapping our dedicated members right from their homes. This is a direct attempt to silence our voice through fear and intimidation. We will not be silenced. The threat is real, and it is happening now. Our intelligence confirms that these clandestine operations are strategically carried out during the darkest hours, between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m., when you're most vulnerable and the world is not watching. Families are being torn apart, and individuals are disappearing without a trace. This is a crisis we must face with our eyes wide open. Your urgent survival protocol, detailed and actionable. Become a ghost, become a shadow. Re-evaluate your home. Your residence is your first line of defense. Is it easily accessible? Have you been there too long? Consider relocating to a safer, more discreet location immediately, especially in high-target areas like Enugu, Abia, and Imo. Modify your movement. Abandon all predictable routines. Vary your travel routes and times. Do not be a creature of habit. Be unpredictable. Activate the Biafran Eyes network. You are the early warning system. If you see something, say something. Suspicious vehicles, unfamiliar faces loitering, or unusual military patrols in your area must be reported instantly. Establish trusted circles. Have at least 2 trusted comrades you can reach out to 24/7 if you feel threatened. This is not paranoia. This is procedure. Your life could depend on this network. Sleep with one eye open. Designate a night watch within your household if possible. Keep your phone charged and within reach at all times. Have emergency numbers pre-dialed and ready. A message to the world, broadening the narrative for shares. We call on the international community, human rights organizations like Amnesty International, and every person who believes in justice to witness what is happening in Biafra land. The world must see the brutal tactics being employed against a people seeking self-determination. We will not be erased in the dead of night. Conclusion and rallying cry. They operate in darkness because they fear the light of our truth. Our strength has always been in our unity and vigilance. Do not be a victim. Stay alert, stay cautious, stay safe, protect yourself, protect your family, and protect our collective future. The struggle continues. Chinasa Nworu. On behalf of the IPOB leadership, thanks for listening. Please don't forget to support the ESN at www.ipob.org.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 17th day of November 2025. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers to this hallowed platform where the gospel of both mental and physical emancipation is being preached. Therefore, we must continue in doing the needful. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, the fight for freedom, for liberation, is not easy. It's a very tedious journey. Many things will be thrown at us because they know that once we have our freedom, once we are liberated, it is irrevocable. That is it. That is why you see transatlantic slavery took more than 400 years in order to come to an end. Because the slave master will never give freedom to the slave. It is up to the slaves in order to fight to be free. That is why it is a very risky and tedious journey. It is not something easy. That is why you should never back down. Because if you back down, it is better for you not to have started than starting and stopping on the roadside. Remember, in 1967 to 1970, our fathers, our uncles fought a very bitter, brave war of genocide committed against us. But they stopped with confidence, trust they have on Nigeria. That is why they stopped wholeheartedly, without any reserve. They stopped. And that is a most fatal mistake. I call it the most fatal mistake that our fathers ever made. Yes, they fought bravely. They resisted almost the whole world, the Arab world. They resisted, but they should have continued in one way or the other. They should have had the reserve. I'm telling you, because this is what we are suffering today. First of all, after the war, they balkanized our land. They divided our land. They divided our people. They divided the Igbo people. Carved some of our land to Benue, to Kogi, and smartly made sure to install or instigate self-denial, identity crisis in our land, so that whenever you talk about Igbo land, people say, hey, you're five states, southeastern states. It annoys me, I'm telling you. Even when our people are repeating this, they smartly carved out to make sure it's unlocked. Joe, what of Igwocha Igbo land? Down to the sea, Bonnie, Igbo people. But they smartly, that is what you suffer when you are defeated. When you don't have no reserve, you trust your enemy with your life. He deals with you as he wants. They smartly disintegrated us so that that was the first thing. So that we will no longer have the capacity of rising up. That is what they did to us. So that we continue fighting with ourselves that, oh, you are Igbo, you are not Igbo, I'm not Igbo, I'm Bendel, I'm Rivers, I am Bayasan, I am not Igbo. You Igbo people go. They instigated all these things purposely, so that as we continue having identity crisis, quarreling with ourselves, we will no longer be able, in order to face our common enemy. Now our common enemy will come now to become referees in our land. No. You are hinterland. No, you don't have anything to do with Ikwere. Ikwere are different people. Yes, Muike say he's not Igbo. He's from Benin. So these are things they want us to continue, so that we no longer have no single face, no common face to face our enemy. It is a tactics. After the Second World War, when Berlin was overtaken, remember, Soviet Union was the first country to reach Berlin before the other Allied forces, America and France and others came. Britain came. Remember, yes, they were allies to conquer, to defeat Germany, but they still have their interests. They divided Germany into pieces. Some part was for Soviet Union. You've heard about the wall, the Berlin Wall. You've heard about it, which was built to separate East and West Germany. Remember, even in the West Germany, they have some sites occupied by France, some Canada. They divided from Britain and America. So they divided them because that's it. And they considered splintering or annexing Germans, destroying Germany completely, so that there will be no person will be called a German any longer. This was on the table for the Allied forces, for the people, Soviet Union and America and their allies. They considered it to annex Germany, to Poland, Yugoslavia, Soviet Union. They divide it among themselves so that they destroy Germany as a country, even as a language. No more German. But they considered something. You know, these people, they are wise. You call them Illuminati, illuminated souls. That is why you don't demonize Illuminati, please. I continue saying it. These are wise people. Why do you demonize Illuminati? But you, in your religion also, sorry for the perturbation, I don't know. My voice just ceased, or I don't know what happened. But we must continue. So, as I was saying, please, you know, I was talking about Germany. I was talking about Germany. And after the First World War, as I was saying, the Allied forces, including Soviet Union, they considered splitting Russia, splitting Germany, even to the extent of destruction of Germany, annexing Germany to other countries, neighboring countries, and destruction to destroy German language so that there will no longer be German citizen. If the side that is annexed to Poland, they will become Polish. They will be speaking Polish. They will be banned from speaking their language. The side that is annexed to maybe Soviet Union will become Russians, and they will be banned from speaking Germany or German, Dutch. The side annexed to America will be banned from speaking German. They become Americans, just like that. Because when I say annexing or annihilation of a country, it does not really mean that the country, everybody will be killed. No. That is what some of us don't understand. This is the policy they had for us Biafrans after 1970. Annexation of our land, our people, destruction of Igbo language, destruction of our languages, annexation of our land, turning our land into a place only meant for, drilling of natural resources, only, not for development. It's a policy meant for us. You know, Juku warned our people when they were agitating, declare Biafra, 1967. Juku warned because he was a soldier. He said, hey, what you people are agitating for is not easy. If you go to war, if you declare Biafra, surely there must be war because they will come. Gowon will come. Nigeria will come. They will fight us. You will not declare Biafra and they say, okay, bye-bye. No. And you'll be ready to fight to the finish. Otherwise, if you are defeated, you become their slaves. And slaves, the life of slavery is not a palatable life. It's not a good life. The life of a slave is not a good life. You want them. You know, our people, they don't understand sentiment. They say, no, because Ojukwu wanted to use diplomacy notwithstanding our loss, notwithstanding the pogrom they inflicted on our people in 1966. Ojukwu he didn't want to opt out of Nigeria. I'm telling you, after all, Ojukwu that time was handy in order to stop. He was one of the people that stopped this guy's Zogo's coup, military coup. It's a historical fact with Agi Hiroshi, Igbo people. Had it been he didn't want one Nigeria, he wouldn't have even stopped that military coup. I'm telling you. So he understood what it means to be defeated in a war. Our people, declare, say, oh, no problem, no. After what happened, why cannot the same place? We are still in the same thing. They fought gallantly for 3 years. Also, no reserve again, nothing again. And people run away. That is it. No reserve. Everybody, go and survive on your own. Okay, be no warrior say, okay, be low, okay, be low. Only when I go with Boris, when you are human, our people. They forgot. Declare Biafra, water. No. Now on your own. Go and survive. I beg, go and survive on your own. Something the same place they were murdered like farm animals. The same place they were beheaded. Something that was fresh. Not long ago, 3 years plus only. They forgot. They went there, no reserve. Sometimes if I remember this mistake, these fatal mistakes our people are making, I feel somehow, honestly. That's why, you see, IPOB, we shouldn't fail. And we are not going to fail. It doesn't matter what happened. We are not going to fail. Because if we fail, all of us merit to be burnt alive. Everybody. I'm telling you. It doesn't matter the suffering. It doesn't matter the disappointment. It doesn't matter the frustration from anybody. We have no reason to fail. No reason to fail. Never. Because agadi wine daa do brabo. Agon ihe bu na ihe na ono. Agon ihe ono. Direct. That is what is happening. If we allow IPOB to be destroyed, our enemies will see us as everlasting slaves forever. I am telling you honestly. If you don't understand this, you understand it. What helped the Germans? you are listening to me from Germany. You are enjoying. What helped them is the illuminated souls of the Europeans. That is what helped them. They calculated in future. You know, I was saying it, I said, look, because of religion, you demonize Illuminati. Hey, now on the Illuminati. In us, now, what type of mentality do these people possess? But in your Bible, your holy book, you praise Solomon. Solomon was an ardent Illuminati. Ardent one. What of the three wise men, which you praise always? So you see that sometimes you are not coherent because of programming, religious programming and all. You are not coherent at all. You don't reason in a coherent manner. You praise Solomon for being wise, but in another way, you demonize wise people. You call Illuminati. The wise people that form the countries, streamline the policies that make countries advance. You demonize them. The Illuminatis of Europe, they said no. If we annihilate Germany, if we annex them, if we do too much bad to them, they will become yes, we have conquered Germany. I want you to listen to how people reason, and you judge for yourself to what is happening today. They said no, we have conquered Germany. The highest thing we can do is to plunder Germany, humiliate them for the meantime, and after we rebuild Germany. There are many extremists among them say no. Germany brought untold hardship to not only Europe but to the whole world. Hundreds of millions of people died in that Second World War for no reason. For no reason. For just the fantasy of one person, of few group of people, which he sold to the country, and they voted him in. That is Adolf Hitler. Remember, Adolf Hitler was a product of democracy. You know, they don't tell you this. They hide all these things. They don't tell you that Adolf Hitler, because every time they're telling you that the Second War against the Nazis, come on, against Germany. It's Germany that's fought that war. They used Nazi was the name of the party through which Adolf Hitler entered power. He was voted in democratically by Germans. Are you getting it? By Germans. Majority of Germans, they voted him in. Which means they applauded his ideology. So, let me continue what I was saying. As they defeated Germany, Hitler was gone, he killed himself, burned to ashes. They arrested many of his lieutenants. Now they were considering what to do with Germany. Remember, even that time, the Volkswagen company, which was one of the largest, if not the largest that time, car producing company, which they even converted in manufacturing, weapons. It was there. It was there. They were contemplating what to do, whether to destroy it, because of the anger in them. But the illuminated souls calm everything, that they say no. If we destroy Germany and forcefully annihilate, assimilate Germans, stop them from speaking their languages, force them to be Americans, to be French, to be English, to be Russians, to be Polish, to be Czechs by force. In future, they will be murmuring this story. They will be telling their children their story. And in future, their children or children, next other generation will rise up and it will become highly catastrophic to the whole of Europe. They will rise up. And do you see that? Do you see where they are wiser than black race? Are you getting it? In the case of Biafra, they use, I don't know, they impose pogrom on us, killed us, committed genocide even before the war. And when our fathers came back in order to nurse our wounds and say, okay, the only place we'll be safe is in our land. So let us get out of Nigeria and be safe. They said, no, you are going nowhere. You must be part of Nigeria. And they imposed a genocidal war against us. And after everything, they still left us disintegrated. As you see, they said, no, these people, we will finish up with them. And they didn't know that it is that anger that is fueling what we are doing. Because we are not treated well. We have never been treated well since 1970. The three are rehabilitation, reconstruction, and reintegration was never respected. And our last president of Biafra, Philip Effiong, General Philip Effiong, he told them, while signing the armistice, no victor, no vanquish, that he told Nigeria, he told Gowon, if Nigeria did not treat their children well in Nigeria, they will rise up again. I don't know why even our so-called intelligentsia, they don't ask of all these documents. It is he made his remark. He said, this is my stand. Before handing over, say, okay, no victor, no vanquished. But if Nigeria fail to treat Biafran children well, they will rise up. They will rise up again, and that is what we are doing. And this time around, there is no going back. It does. I say it doesn't. I am happy that the taproots of IPOPs in the diaspora. That is the highest thing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did. The highest. Owazirike tried his best. I don't blame him, honestly. He tried his best. He was rounded up. And before you know, he was infiltrated. Masab was infiltrated. And before you know, his commanders were also rounded up. And they met him in jail. Look at people that are supposed to be fighting for your freedom. Oh, they were rounded up to you. Well, if it is you, what will you do? No, let us be fair. Let us be fair, practically fair. If it is you, what will you do? You bow down and say, now let me negotiate for my life. I beg. But this time around is a very different thing altogether. It's a very different thing. IPOB is a very different thing altogether. How will you round us up from every corner of this world? Is practically impossible. I say it is practically impossible. We have the leadership of this struggle in every continent of this world. Hey, when I remember all these things, I become happy. The leadership of this struggle is established in every continent of this world. All. It's not something that is concentrated in one continent. I'm not talking of one country, continent. No, not one continent. The whole continents of this world. So how do you think that we will fare now? Tell me. Tell me now how. Yes, if one person frustrates or dapo, we are Hydra headed. We are like Hydra, you know. Once for now, another head will enter, and don't you see Chemofo, who used to broadcast from this platform every blessed day when they renditioned our leader the first time. But he's no more with us. But IPOB continues. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and others. They are the people that formed IPOB. For your information, but he's no more with IPOB, and IPOB is progressive. Don't you see that it is not something? This is not a joke. This is serious. Don't you see that? There is no person that will move out and IPOB will collapse. It's practically impossible. It's not like Masob. Masob was concentrated in Nigeria, and it became a problem because the whole genocide they committed against Biafrans during Masob time, no outcry, because that was not the time of social media. Also, it was seen as internal affairs. Let me tell you, most of us in the diaspora have foreign nationalities. Are you seeing it? So it is not, that is very hard to combat. Nigerians know that. That is why when I look at people, when I listen to people naively, ignorantly talking against IPOB that they are referrals, I laugh. I say anyway, it is only what you don't know is what that is above you. What you don't know is bigger than you. It's not what you know. What you don't know is bigger than you. So there is no need of answering them. So when they call us referrals, you answer, I'm a referral, don't worry. But I used to challenge them. I say, go and ask Nigerian government. They know who IPOB is. They know what IPOB is doing. They know. It's not you individual that are out of your maybe jealousy or your envy or your hatred of one person or Mazi Nnamdi Kanu or one person in IPOB or the other, or the IPOB in general. You hate IPOB where we speak. Now when because of it you think that you bring us low to anything. You don't know. You are ignorant. You're completely ignorant. The people that know what IPOB is doing is the Nigerian government. If you have a very high-ranking Nigerian government official, you ask him, he knows. Ask TUNU what IPOB is doing. He knows very well. Ask Nuhuri Badu. Ask DSS, NIA top officials. They know. It's not you. It's not for you to know. So that's why when I look at people talking against IPOB, I look down on them. I say, they are ignorant. Finish. I look down on them. They are ignorant. They don't know. IPOB is undefeatable, indestructible, and we must continue. It doesn't matter what we suffer. It doesn't matter what we see. We must continue. So this evening, I will continue on the manipulations of the Fulani, the Sokoto Caliphate. It is something that we must continue, please. Because in this time around, the Sokoto Caliphate is also trying very hard to manipulate Nigerians to also commit another fatal error that will push the Caliphate more forward. That is what they are doing. In this issue of recent genocide, the Sokoto Caliphate is using everything available in order to rally Nigerians. The Yorubas, they used to use them. Hey, is your brother in power? So it is not us. If you agree, they use that statement, that issue, to rally them around them. Now, ordinary Nigeria, they say, if America come, for your natural resources, anyway America enter. Now, wahala deo, so that you commit the fatal mistake, the fatal error, which the Sokoto Caliphate always wants. That is the way they do. That is their system. They will push you to commit error, so that before you realize it, no, there is no Christian genocide. No. It is a farce. It is a this and that. Everybody is being killed. It's not a Christian. They want you. Look at when they want you to continue that narrative. Look at Sheikh Gumi wanting you that narrative. He use Islam. No, Muslims, defend yourself. Gather, all of you gather together to fight against Trump, because he's coming to defend the Christians. It tells you all you need to know. When people are saying, no, Muslims are being killed, I want us to, first of all, who is killing who? Let me ask, it's a question. Is there any non-Islamic group that is terrorizing others? The answer is no. Who are committing this genocide? Even if they say Muslims are inside, are among, okay. Which group is killing? Which religion? They are using the name of Islam. Now, Boko Haram, you see, is a Hausa language, which means Westernization is sacred. It's not even Western education. Westernization, Western education is only part of Westernization. Are you getting me? Wearing a suit is Westernization. There are different things. So Western education is only part of it, but they purposely misinterpret Boko Haram. But it is not their real name. Because Boko Haram is just what the local Hausas call them. Their real name is Arabic, is Jamaat al-Sunnah, Jamaat al-Sunnah, Dawawal Jihad, Dawawal Jihad. That is the Arabic. Are you getting it? It means people committed to the propagation of the Prophet's teachings and the jihad. Group of Sunni people for the calling and the jihad. And what is jihad? Have you ever seen where in Islamic jihadism they romance with Christians, with other religions? No, tell me. Have you ever had it or seen it? Maybe the Talibans that are jihadis, or that we are jihadis. Now, they allow the establishment of churches, Christian churches. They allow Christian communities, maybe in Afghanistan, to continue existing. No, it doesn't happen. So these are the things Nigerians should know. But many of them close their ears because of one profit of the other, one thing or the other, or ignorance, or mischief, outright mischief that they don't want to understand. People that call themselves group of Sunni people, Sunni Islam people, for the calling and the jihad. Calling. Remember, if you see somebody say, God call me, as a Christian, what does it mean? Oh, he's a man of God. which means he leave everything and start preaching, preaching the gospel of Christ, as you may take it. These people, this Boko Haram, God called them, Allah called them. They say they are called by Allah to fight jihad. Who are they fighting jihad against? Infidels. That is the Boko Haram you are seeing, you are hearing. ISWAP is, that one is clear. Islamic State of West Africa. West African province. ISWAP is a branch of ISIS. So they are trying to establish the Emirates, Islamic Emirates, and it is coming through the Sokoto Caliphate. They established Sokoto Caliphate that was not destroyed by Britain, that was left in order to do the dirty job which we are seeing today. Are you getting the gist now? So when people say no, they don't target Christians, there is no Christian genocide, you ask them, what is the action of the reason of the formation of Boko Haram, what we call Boko Haram? Jamaat al-Sunnah lil Dawa wal Jihad in Arabic. That is, people committed to the propagation of the Prophet's teachings and the jihad. And when you look at it, it is the continuation of the Sokoto Caliphate. Because the Sokoto Caliphate was formed, established by Ottoman Dan Fodio for exactly the same thing. For the propagation of the Prophet's teachings and jihad. That is exactly the same thing. So I don't know why Nigerians are they have blockade in their brains to understand what is going on in Nigeria. The Sokoto Caliphate is using their brains, mesmerizing with their brains, coupled with words of cash. Now they continue speaking, talking from both sides of their mouth. Ask them, what is ISIS then? Or ISWAP? What is Boko Haram? Okay, Boko Haram, those that are fighting jihad, as we know. Okay, they will romance with Christian communities, right? They will romance with them. Don't you see, during Obama regime, during the time of ISIS, or the emancipation of ISIS in the Levante, did they romance with Christians and other religion, Druze, and other religious groups in the Middle East? Did they romance them? No. They committed genocide. It is exactly the same thing they are doing in Nigeria. So what is difficult to understand, or is everything about politics? They are politicizing everything. People's life, they are using it for politics. But why? People that they give you exactly their name tells you everything you need to know about them. Their names. These people they call bandits, they are all the same thing. Lakurawa, they are the same thing. They are focused, they are going towards the same goal of conquest, continuous establishment, propagation of the caliphate of Allah. That is why Sokoto Caliphate is at the forefront, and it must be dismantled. You see, Sokoto Caliphate, it must be dismantled. Do you see the Sultan of Sokoto? He is the leader. I am telling you. So when they say there is no Christian genocide, you ask them, what do you have there? No, Muslims are being killed. Yes, during the ISIS time in the Levante, in the Middle East, ISIS also killed Muslims. That is true. But they targeted Christians. They targeted other religious groups. They committed genocide in wholesale. That is their primary. Now, after After targeting these people, now they will come to the Muslims that they call moderate Muslims, those that are condoning the infidels. They turn against them. It's just like during Rwandan genocide. Hutus were targeted. Do you see that? But there were also many Tutsis were targeted. But there were also many Hutus. They call them moderate Hutus that were killed. But the target was Tutsi tribe in Rwanda, for your information. But it does not hide the fact that there are many Tutsi Hutu tribes that were killed also. But the original target, were the Tutsis. So when they see somebody that is condoning, maybe you are a Hutu, hiding a Tutsi or Tutsis in your house, or trying to protect them, they will take all of you as the same. Do you see that? If they come, somebody said, if they wanted to burn their houses because the house is for a Muslim. But because there are Christians living in the house, so they mix up with Muslims and Christians. So they don't care. They want to burn all. They want to kill everybody because they see the Muslims there as collateral damage. But the main targets are the other people, the infidels, the Christians. That is it. So you see that what Sokoto Caliphate couldn't complete before the amalgamation of Nigeria, before the British took over Nigeria, or the entity called Nigeria, by joining southern and northern side, they call protectorates, into what you call Nigeria today. It is what the Sokoto Caliphate is trying to achieve today, using Boko Haram, using this Islamic terrorism or terrorists to achieve under Nigeria, using Nigerian government state apparatus. Today you see the headline. Let me just read the headline. There is this headline about the abduction of a general in the Nigerian army. A brigadier general, Abu, was gruesomely abducted with a commander and many soldiers killed as they are moving. Let me bring it. That is what you see every day. Every day in Nigeria. And, the Nigerian military, they cannot do anything. They are sitting duck. Where their power lies is come to Biafra region. You see how the Nigerian military is molesting Igbo people. That is innocent Igbo people. That is where their power lies. That is their power. Are you seeing it? Now, the ISWAP Brigadier General, one Brigadier General Oba, captured by ISWAP despite military's denial. Yes, it is confirmed. Nigerian government, they always deny everything. That is their propaganda. They work like BBC, fake news. Brigadier General and his men were in a convoy with members of Civilian Joint Task Force near Sabongare in the Damboa local government area of Borno State on Friday, when members of the ISWAP terrorist sect opened fire on them at about 5 p.m. Now I ask, so a Brigadier General with the convoy, because a Brigadier General is not a small person. They are going in a very huge convoy. So they don't have drone. They don't have helicopters. They don't have jets that are watching everywhere for them. Is that what you are saying? Now, sometimes zoo alarm ni zoo alarm ni. You see, the caliphate is in total control. They are defiant to even Donald Trump. I'm telling you, they are highly defiant. But I want to hear okay, he can't do anything because they know that they are in charge of the indigenous population. With their mind control, with their propaganda, with their political smart moves, rallying them round. Oh, defend your integrity, your national sovereignty. Oh, defend the Muslims, defend yourself. But they are killing the same Muslims that are not with them, that are not Fulani. That is why, you see the clip I played before. The man is you've had this, seen the clip. He's a living witness. The person you see that is serving as the vice president, Shetima, they are the concentrated, Fulani terrorist sponsors and leaders. You see in a video where he was speaking to a big terrorist leader that come from Mali. Fulani, they studying him in their language. Oh, Fulani. Oh, yeah, Fulani, you come from Mali. He was doing him very well. Oh, you are welcome. Is your vice president. There is a photo of where he was eating with the terrorists, taking breakfast with them. The Kabiru Sokoto that was captured in his house. He hidden in his house. Why? But these are your political leaders. A high-ranking Nigerian military spy, he came and told Nigerians the situation. He shouted by the name Olanwumi, Kunle Olanwumi, Komodo Kunle Olanwumi. He said that the problem is religion. The problem in Nigeria, the problem of what is happening is religion. There is a clash of civilization. When you are talking about progress as a Biafran, as a Southerner in general, the caliphate, that is not their problem. Their number one problem is to make sure that they conquer everybody, put everybody on their cage first. That is why they put people like Pantami, a terrorist. The terrorists are in charge. Even they put Pantami before in a very sensitive place, in charge of digital, your ID, your name, national identity number, every of your data. Do you see that? And you are looking of where is the problem? Why haven't they proscribed the Fulani headsmen that are killing? This one is common thing everywhere. Killing people, destroying people's farms, voluntarily, videoing it. But they are not proscribed. They don't pursue them. Instead, somebody that Fulani wanted to kill in his farm, and he overpowered the Fulani person, took his the knife and killed the guy. He is now facing a death penalty, death sentence. He's sentenced to death in Nigeria, I think in Kwara State. And Nigerians are looking at where is their problem coming from. Nigerians are saying Christians are not targeted. And I asked them, why was Boko Haram formed? Go and study about Boko Haram. Why was it formed? To Islamize everybody. To turn everywhere into an Islamic state. It's the same thing with ISWAP, where everybody will be, subservient to the Fulani. Are you getting it? Now they take over your land. Because that is it. You see, it's another colonization. Colonization. When Britain colonized our land, they take our lands anyhow and build anything they want to build, do anything they want to do. You don't ask question. You ask question as a community. They deal with you. You remember the 1929 about women protest, which they termed riot. They killed more than 50 of our mothers that time for protesting their right against taxes being levied to them, or even women, even the goats, their animals, home animals. They protested and they killed them because they were under colonization. That is the same thing the Fulani is trying to do all over Nigeria. Which one is worst, please? Is it IPOB? We say no. Instead of us being under the colonization of the Sokoto Caliphate, we better go back to where we were before 1914. Now, the Fulani Caliphate, the Sokoto Caliphate said no. They are using Boko Haram, using ISWAP, Lakurawa, Mahmuda, Wolu Wolu. All of the terrorist groups, Fulani headsmen, bandits, all, they are using it to subjugate, to colonize your land and pursue you from your land as a non-Fulani and say you must take Islam in their own way and they will control you. Which one is better? I am talking to Nigerians, please. Which one is better for you? Okay, you want the Sokoto Caliphate to use their terrorist arms to subjugate and take over your ancestral lands, as they have done in many parts of the northern Nigeria, taking over Christian communities. The Christian communities, those that are lucky, that we are lucky to escape alive, are now living in refugee camps. Is it what you want? No. That is why we open X space. If you cannot come to call on Radio Biafra to challenge us, to at least have a robust debate, to disagree, to tell us what you think, that thing you are saying as gossip, come here, say it, criticize us, tell us why IPOB is getting it wrong. You cannot come. Now we open our X space, Biafra Regional Affairs, every Sunday by 5 p.m. Biafra time. Come there. You don't want to come. Now, what do you want now? Only gossip. Because you are an animal. That is why you are afraid. Why are you afraid? I am asking again, which one do you prefer? For every indigenous people in that Nigeria to be free of all this terrorism or terrorists. We want to be free. We say no. Instead of us to be subjugated to the type of tradition we don't know, we are being marginalized. They don't want our land to be developed. Instead of Nigeria being a big for nothing space, we want to separate and be where we are, or where we were before 1914. We'll be like Arrow Confederacy, that is Biafra. We don't want your problem and we are not going to give you problem. Or what Nigerians want, is it the Boko Haram, ISWAP, bandits that are going around killing people, committing genocide in Christian communities, killing pregnant women, wiping out communities, that you must accept Islam in their own Salafist Wahhabism manner. And Nigeria will remain one, but under their control. Is that what you want? Why not be reasonable, please? We urge you to be reasonable as you are listening to me. As you're a Nigerianist castigating IPOB, please be reasonable. Just think, reason, please. Chegoduche. We are in a country that is in the hand of the Sokoto Caliphate. And what is Sokoto Caliphate? Sokoto Caliphate is, it was established in order to and they want to conquer your land. They come to Bini, they conquer you, they take over, they be in charge, they establish emirates in Nasarawa, in our resources, everything. We become subjugates to them. We become slaves to them. Now, is that the Nigeria that you want? Is that the country you want? We say no. We Biafrans say no. We don't know these people. We don't know this type of tradition. It is not our tradition. It is not our culture. It's not our religion. We don't want it. We are free people. We are Republicans by nature. So you cannot control us like that. We don't want it. So instead of us to be like that, now let us remove ourselves from Nigeria and be on our own. And they say no. Hey, no. Why Biafrans? They were causing problem. But the real people that are causing problem, the Fulani, they are being pampered. Don't you see the manipulation? I want you to see the manipulation. He's watching. He's looking. He's moping at you. Oh, you idiots. He's looking at you. Now, look at today's news also. Terrorists attack KB Girls Secondary School, abduct several students, kill staff members. That is today's news, 17th. Where are they bring back our girls, activists? In the news, what you see is a terrorist attack. They kill. I saw a video, somebody was hiding, videoing these Fulani terrorists that are on motorcycles. They call them bandits. He said they are going to, I don't know whether Katangora, they are running to commit genocide there. This is what we see every day in Nigeria. With all this, how can you talk about development? Now, Donald Trump say he will come to put an end to this by killing all these terrorists. The same caliphate, Sokoto caliphate, turn around and tell you, no, they are coming to invade your country, your sovereign country. How sovereign is Nigeria? No, tell me now. How sovereign is Nigeria? When Fulani can troop in, terrorists can troop in, go in and out as they want. When foreigners are being, paid to come into Nigeria to commit terrorist activities, to commit genocides. No, it is not about invasion of sovereignty. No, it's only when Trump wants to come they will invoke that rubbish, garbage. Do you see the Sokoto Caliphate's manipulations of the indigenous people in that entity called Nigeria? They know that you have no brain. They can use anything in order to stir up your useless sentiment. After all, Ottoman Danfodio did it and succeeded. He started preaching to Hausa community, telling them against their own people. That you either be a pure Muslim, you don't need to collaborate with the infidels. Infidels, they are brothers that are not Muslims. They brought in foreign religion, used foreign ideology, foreign religion. They use it to divide them. Extreme Islam, they use it to turn brother against brother. And the Hausas fell for that. They killed themselves. And before you know, Ottoman Danfodio became the leader of the faithful, as they call him, Ottoman Danfodio, the teacher, the great teacher. He became the leader of the Hausa people. propagated by the Hausas against themselves. This is what, this is the manipulations of the Fulani Caliphate. In Nigeria, it only happens in Nigeria. They hardly manipulate this to other races or other tribes in the Sahel because they know them. Are you getting it? They know them. The people, they don't try that. They tried to conquer Medina in Mali during the old time, but the people resisted. They tried in various places. The people resisted and also took over. Even in Guinea-Conakry, where Fulani have the single tribal majority, they don't near political power in Guinea-Conakry, for your information. They don't give them no political power. Instead, all other tribes combine together in order, if it comes to voting, they combine together to vote for non-Fulani. In Guinea-Conakry, Futajelon. Are you getting it? But in Nigeria, the Fulani saw that, look, these are people that could be manipulated anyhow. They have small brains, their brains are not too much developed. That is what they saw in that part of the world, the place you call Nigeria today. That is why somebody like Sheikh Gumi can be proud of talking, defending openly the terrorists, the Fulani terrorists, and nothing happens. Today, in Kebbi, the Fulani terrorists have struck again. They have abducted girls in girls' secondary school. Let me read it. Terrorists in the early hours on Monday. It is today's news, 17th day of November 2025. Do you know Bocheke? Terrorists in the early hours of Monday stormed the Maga Comprehensive Girls Secondary School in Kebbi State, abducting an unspecified number of female students and killing at least one staff member. A school guard was also injured during the attack, which occurred around 5:52 a.m. The attackers invaded the school compound while the students were preparing for morning routine, launching their assault with sporadic gunfire, harm angle reports. You see that? You know why they are doing it? They say they don't want to westernization. Western development, they don't want it. Not only Western education, Westernization. Are you seeing it? That is why they go to schools, they abduct children. These people now, these girls now, they will take them as wives. And when you look at it, check them. Most of them are Christians. I am telling you. Have you forgotten Leo Shaib? But do you see all these things that happened today? The killing of a Nigerian brigadier general and the commander and Nigerian military being slaughtered by the Fulani terrorists. School girls were abducted, kidnapped, and staff members killed. All happening at the same time. The Nigerian president didn't say nothing. Is this the type of country you want to continue being? This is why, if it is your choice, no, it is not our choice. When you ask, meet some Igbo Nigerians, you tell them all this news, you say, what do you think about it? They say, no, it doesn't concern me, it's in the north. And you say, but this is your country, it's a country. In a country, normally, whatever that happens in any side, happens to every side. It should concern every side. If you say it doesn't concern you, which means you're a hypocrite. This is why we want to officialize our own. We say, no, we don't want this to continue happening. Therefore, we want to separate from this so that we will be able to protect our zone. Do you see our logic? But Nigerians, they say, no, yes, he's one Nigeria, but it didn't concern me. Why didn't it concern you? Why didn't it concern you as a Nigerian? They abduct school children. There is no protest anywhere in Nigeria. Imagine that they are your children. Imagine that they are your sisters. These are people's children, for goodness sake. You don't see Obieze coming up, bring back our girls. No. Do you see the Fulani manipulation, the Sokoto Caliphate manipulation? They tell you, oh Nigeria, Nigeria, Nigeria. I want to play this clip. I don't know. I want you to listen to the interview of Bowala. I think on RT. Just listen. Let me just play it a bit. Let me play. Listen. For you to hear the hypocrisy in them. Listen.
Had our history with the Americans, they were white. The first reaction was that of shock and surprise at the beginning. And the reason why we were shocked at the beginning is because the status quo at that time was the cooperation that we are having with the US government. And just 2 months before then, we arrested, I think 2 or 3 months, we arrested the leader, the terrorist leader of the Ansaru terrorist organization. And that drew, commendation from the US government. And a few months earlier, when we also made arrest of some leaders of the bandit and how they surrender, we also got the same commendation from them. We also signed not long from now another contract where we paid over $3.
Sorry, somebody was calling me.
That everything was okay. So when that information came, it was a shock at the beginning. But we felt like, well, it's still a wake-up call for us to look at what we're doing and how we can intensify and increase our cooperation with them for the purposes of achieving the same goal that we both have. They want to end counterterrorism. We are most affected and we want to end it. From the face value, it may look like a threat because when you say guns are blazing and then you authorize...
He's talking, Daniel Bwala here is talking, he's being interviewed in RT, he's talking about the Trump, Trump issue, about the Christian genocide issue raised by Trump. That is what he's talking about. I want you to listen.
It's operation in Nigeria. Nigeria being a sovereign country, then a lot of people will tell you that it is a threat. But then we quickly understood the message, and we felt that the message is for us to intensify our effort. And so we then threw away the rhetoric. But at first we thought it was like a threat. But you need to know that Nigeria is a sovereign country, a member of the United Nations. And as a sovereign country, we have had and we're still having relationship, both bilateral, multilateral, and multifaceted relationship with the rest of the world. We have had our history with the Americans, the White House, the American government, the Pentagon, and the State Department in our joint effort to end terrorism. So we felt that there was no need for the American troops to come to Nigeria. Our soldiers are sufficient. What our soldiers need is what the Americans use.
The soldiers is sufficient. Nigeria is a sovereign country. But when Irabo was there, as is it chief of defense staff or chief of army staff, Irabo, General Irabo, he continued lamenting that the northern border, Nigerian borders are completely porous, 90% porous. They are not manned. But you're a sovereign country. You know, sovereignty starts from even you taking charge of your country, manning your borders, because this is your sovereignty. But you cannot, and you are claiming sovereignty. Anybody can enter in. Terrorists can enter. Anybody can enter as he wants. And they are talking about sovereignty. What a hypocrisy. When you as a man, you cannot even be able to control your family. You cannot be able to defend your family. And you are saying you are to your family man. No. Does it make sense? It doesn't. Continue listening.
In fighting terrorism, higher equipment, more reconnaissance drone system, satellite intelligence collection mechanism, and then improve fighter jets, and then more broad review of our defense agreement that will now broaden our use of the equipment we bought from them, the military equipment we bought from them, to use it in areas where we are seeing emerging threats in Nigeria. Because with some of the ammunitions and the equipment that we bought from them could only be used in the northeastern Nigeria, but we have seen the proliferation of these terrorist activities in the northwest. And then recently we saw 1 or 2 skirmishes in the southwest. So that means the weapon.
You say 1 or 2 skirmishes in the southwest. Do you see how they are downgrading things? They say skirmishes. The people that are being killed in Kwara all the time. Everywhere say skirmishes. Continue listening, please.
We have should be able to operate in any part of Nigeria to end that. Otherwise, the signal that the terrorists will take is that if they can migrate to places where we couldn't use those equipment, it would be like a safe haven for them. So at the beginning, and that's why sometimes when we complain about non-governmental organization has been used sometimes by foreign interests, because the report on human rights violation started with the report by the non-governmental and civil society organization in the Northeast when they accused the Nigerian soldiers of violating human rights. But when investigation was found out, they discovered that it's more of a hoax, and then limiting the extent to which we could use those equipment. Because when Boko Haram were operating within and in the city, then you can call the issue of human rights violation, because then it is asymmetry. But as soon as Boko Haram were chased out of Borno and they went to Sambisa, there's a clear delineation, a militarized position, so to speak. When you are facing Boko Haram, there's nothing like human rights. Fighting terrorism is fighting terrorism. The use of authorized military force is permitted, even under the United Nations Convention. You can use lethal force. And when you talk about taking out terrorists, I don't think it has to do with the arrest of terrorism like you would if you're in a system within the populace and you want to isolate terrorist people from the civil populace. So that was what we used then against Nigeria. But the good thing is that it started with Barack Obama. When Donald Trump came in 2016, I think about 2017, he understood why we need those weapons. And then he reversed the order, embargo on the sale of certain arms. And he decided to sell a lot of the arms, which includes now the Super Tucano. So what is happening with the emerging threats clearly shows that there is need for us to sit down and review. Because there is no way you can defeat terrorists of the 21st century with the weaponry of yesterday. The terrorists that operate in the shores and the borders of Nigeria are not different from the terrorists that operate in Afghanistan, Iraq, that the United Nations used an advanced weapon against them. So if you say you want to use advanced weapon against terrorists, they have similar emerging threats, similar technology. They use drones. So you cannot be successful unless you have the capability, and unrestricted access, to the equipment that you will need in order to deal with them. Otherwise, a fight of 6 months might take you 6 years. The thing is that a general statement about how globally there is a tolerance of the killing of Christians, we cannot speak for other countries because it may apply to them. But certainly in our own case, it is not. And this our position is supported by all the conventional mechanism for reporting. If you look at the foreign organizations in Nigeria,
you listen to the foreign mechanism of reporting he's talking about. That is the media. Listen to them, to their names.
All of them, their report only suggests the insecurity situation the proliferation of the Boko Haram and their auxiliaries, then the places where they have, stretched. But then in all of those reports, they said that there has been a steady decline from 2015, 16, 17, and by the time we go to 2023, right down here, there is a steady decline. This is the conventional report. And in the conventional report, there is a conclusion that the killing has no religious undertone. So whether you look at...
Do you see, you said the killing, it's a report, it's based on reports of BBC. Media like BBC, fake news BBC. You see how BBC is being disgraced everywhere now. You see, I put it on my timeline a few days back. The video of where the doctor, they edited the video of remarks of Donald Trump last time, in his last time of office, that trigger the people's hatred. You don't know how media can control people. These are the, he said the killing in Nigeria has no religious undertone. But Boko Haram, as I explained it here, Boko Haram is fighting jihad. So what is jihadism? Who are they fighting? Unbelievers. Which means it's religious. Why are these people, lying openly through their teeth? Whatever that is going on in Nigeria is about, the terrorism in Nigeria is about religion. It's religious in nature. And this man, he said, no, it's not about religion. Then why is ISWAP? Islamic State of West African Province. That is Islam. It's a religion, for goodness sake. Boko Haram, the name in Arab, I cannot pronounce it well, but translated in English is people committed to the propaganda of the Prophet's teaching and jihad, Prophet teachings and jihad. What is it? So when they say that things that are going on, the terrorism that is going on there is not of religious contour, of religious distant magnitude, then what is it? They want to establish Islamic State. Islam is what? Who are they? Is there Islamic State in Nigeria and they want to establish it? The answer is no. Nigeria on paper is a secular country. But this Boko Haram, all of them wants to establish Islamic State. So it has a religious undertone, for goodness sake. It's really sad, honestly. But continue listening, please.
There you look at the assessment of the State Department as well, USIP and the rest. So when the allegation came that this government is systematically enhancing the killing of Christians in Nigeria, we knew it was a hoax. But you don't...
This is not a hoax. This man that is talking is from Borno State. He's a Christian. His community has been wiped out. He cannot go back to his community. It's a Christian community. Many Christian communities in Borno State, before they say Borno has 30% or 30 or more percent of Christians in Borno State, but today where are they? They have abandoned their communities to Boko Haram. Boko Haram is in charge of their communities, and they are living in internally displaced camps. That is refugee camps, internal refugee camps in other places. So what does it mean? He said he has no religious undertone. Lying, I don't know. Anyway, they did, sometimes they did all these their interviews. They did them, not sometimes. They did them. Otherwise, why can't you then, if he has no religious undertone, why is it Boko Haram? Why is it ISWAP? They are fighting for the establishment of Islamic State under the Caliphate, Sokoto Caliphate. So